What's going into lockdown?
Canada's largest city goes into lockdown.
Is that Toronto?
Nah, that's Canada land.
That's where Kyle's brother's from, isn't it?
Yeah, 28. It was placed in lockdown for 28 days on Friday. Oh, they have a set date?
Yep, they're like...
Officials shutting shops, businesses, and restaurants and banning indoor gatherings. That's... Man.
Just in time for American Thanksgiving? How dare them? What are they going to do? Not celebrate American Thanksgiving?
So they'll be open in time for Christmas.
Yeah, pretty much.
But they can't shop for Christmas.
Nope.
They done the shopping.
Better get it done online. Oh, Dominic,
Christmas is canceled, basically.
This is all a ploy to get Jeff Bezos more money.
Oh, yeah. There's going to be a whole lot of online shopping. Yep. Or when people try to go to the stores, when they open, like 28 days, that's, I don't know. What is that? Well, how many days is that until in December?
Let's see. 7, 14. Oh, the 19th will be 28 days.
Oh, it's going to be hell.
Ugh. That's the, that's the week before. Well, that's the weekend before Christmas.
When we waiting. People out there waiting in front of the doors. Oh, let me in.
Godless heathens up in Canada don't celebrate Christmas, Dominic.
Well, it's the 26th, Boxing Day, or whatever the fuck it is.
It's all, I don't know, Hanukkah up there or
That's
something.
what I used to see on that calendar, like Boxing Day. Yeah. But then it start like, wait a minute, aren't they Christians too up there? So what the hell is Boxing Day? I guess that's a day. It's like, hey, this ain't really religious.
We go out and fight kangaroos. We just want presents.
Fight kangaroos. Yeah. Yeah, we're being real with it. We just want presents just like you. Exactly. We gotta just use it as a ploy, like, hey, we celebrate Jesus' birthday.
Yep. Hello, gamers, and welcome to episode 305 of the Super Ultra Podcast Arcade. I'm your host, Daniel Nicholson, and with me is my co-host, Dominic Stallworth. What's going on this week, Dominic?
Man, well, the country hasn't been officially locked down yet. I mean, the COVID cases are going up. They've been rising.
Yeah.
Thankfully, the death toll has been rising significantly. It looks like the charts. I remember the charts looking at last week with you. Just that I didn't see like a steady increase. So that's good. Maybe it's people are taking more precautions. Mm-hmm. It seems like, but hospitals are getting filled up too. But I mean, it's good that hey, at least so I mean, it could get to a point that people probably can't get to the hospital. That could be a problem because they're having no space. But that maybe let's hope that doesn't become a big thing, but man, I mean, it looks like it might. But yeah, it's tough out there. I mean, I'm just glad that so far right now deaths have not gone up. So yeah, I think that could be a thing of people knowing that hey, if I have illnesses of that nature, I'm going to take all necessary precautions of probably not going out. Like people, it is sad because like you go to the old folks' homes and areas you can't really go in, and that's been like months now, man. You know, it may be. Thing is, when is this going to be over? You know, like when is this going to? When we're going to come back to some normalcy?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully once these vaccines that they're talking about actually get out in public and enough people get them, that it'll curb. You know, that a little bit at least.
Yeah, and when the NBA is coming up, I don't know what they're gonna do. Are they gonna have fans in those arenas? Like I know there's gonna be full capacity, but are they gonna have anybody in them? I know Toronto
Are they not doing
Raptors.
Bubble, or are they just going wherever now?
I didn't read like they were doing bubble.
Oh, okay.
It sounded like they were still going to travel. And because I heard the Toronto Raptors are going to they were playing in Tampa Bay.
Right, because Canada's not playing that shit.
Oh, yeah, and Toronto we just saw Toronto shut down for 28 days.
That's wild.
I just saw that on CNN. That they're on lockdown.
Yeah.
For 28 days in time for Christmas shopping. I did when they open.
I hope that comes along with some sort of stimulus to pay people that can't go to work.
Yeah, I hope so too. They said that as an infection soars, I guess it's really numbers are getting big in there. Yeah, because I wonder in some of these other states. I mean, some other states. I mean, some other cities, I guess, and areas they have like taken some serious precautions. I think some places have shut some stores down. Or restaurants, at least.
Maryland's,
I know here
they've regressed a little bit, right? Haven't they moved some of those restrictions back? And I went to Chipotle for lunch the other day, and I always just order through the app and walk in, grab it, and walk out. But like they had the door locked when I went up, and I guess they were like counting how many people were in there at a time and stuff.
So they're. I think people are afraid, and I mean, all these businesses are afraid because they're like, "Oh man, we're going to close back up," and it's like we just opened, and like, what's going to happen? You know, in schools, people who haven't gone to school, it doesn't like they don't have no timetable for that.
Yeah.
While my sister, her school they've opened. I think they've been open for about 2 weeks now.
Oh, really?
So, in DC, so it's. With these cases going up, are they going to stay open? Like, what's going to happen here? Yeah, it sucks. It sucks. But, you know, hopefully we'll fight through this and we'll all get through this safely. So, let's get to some lighter things. Let's talk about movies. All right. Or TV shows. I think it's basically TV shows that we watch.
We can talk about movies, too. It's crazy that Wonder Woman's coming to HBO Max on Christmas Day.
Yeah, I saw that. Because I was looking at HBO Max, and I saw that advertisement up there. I said, why are they showing Wonder Woman? I said, what? It's coming to HBO Max? But it's coming to theaters, too. Mm-hmm. But I could have sworn they were just going to push it back to next year. Or maybe they saw that, look, hold out this movie any longer, it won't. Who's to say that theaters, like, our theater's going to be open next year?
Yeah,
like,
our theater's going to exist anymore.
Yeah, like, can they hold out for that long? Maybe AMC, because when they did some deal with somebody, maybe they had money to hold out for a little longer. But and then if it does open, like I said, even if the vaccines are rolling out, when can we go to places at full capacity?
That's going to be a good question.
Yeah.
Once you can prove at the door that you have taken your vaccine.
Exactly. And then I was also thinking about, like, buffets. I was looking online at Golden Corral where you can order and and I guess you tell them what you want. It's not the same because, it's all you can eat.
Yeah.
And then it's like, that food wasn't that great where I want to take it home with me. Uh-huh. It was something because it was all I could eat.
Exactly.
So, man, I know that sucks for that place. And all those other buffets, like Hibachi Grill or a place like that.
Yeah.
Where I remember those kind of places where you can go in and get your food and then weigh it. And it's always sucked because you can get something that weighed a lot and it doesn't mean it was a lot of food. But you can't even do that. You have to ask them to do it because they're not supposed to let you in those type of bars because they shut those places down in like Walmart, like those salad bars.
Those sneeze guards aren't protecting anything.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, it's unfortunate for those places. But back to the movie theaters. Yeah, I don't know what they're going to be open. So I guess maybe Warner Brothers was like, look, it's just best to put it out now.
Yeah.
It's probably best to just put it out now. You can still go to theaters to see it at limited theaters.
Yeah, you're still gonna have HBO people Max. That are gonna go out to the theater and see it. I mean, whether it's they feel like there aren't gonna be too many people there, or they just don't give a fuck. So they'll probably get. I mean, it's not gonna be good sales, but it's gonna be something, which is better than nothing.
And not everybody has HBO Max.
Yeah. I'm gonna have a free trial during Christmas, though, Dominic. Although, I was telling my buddy about it because, I saw that. And when Hamilton came to Disney Plus, they actually got rid of free trials at that time. So they knew exactly what they were doing. I wouldn't be surprised if HBO did something similar.
Oh, damn. I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Although, I mean, really, like, if HBO, like, if I sign up for the free trial to watch this and then I'm like, oh, but they also have this on there and they also have this on there. Next thing I know, it's 6 months later and I forgot to cancel. Like, you know, that's probably what they're hoping for if they continue to let you do a free trial.
That's pretty cool. I can get to see that. I get to see Wonder Woman now at home, safe to my home. Yeah, because I was really wanted to watch that movie.
Yep. Now I just need to convince my wife that we need a like theater-sized television. Like, come on, it's about Wonder Woman.
I need to convince Disney just to put out goddamn Black Widow out there. Say, hey, just stop it.
Stop pushing Marvel movies back.
Yeah.
Stop pushing Marvel shows back.
Wait a minute, wasn't that Pixar movie supposed to come out this year too?
That's coming direct to video or direct to Disney Plus without a premium thing like Mulan. I forget what is the release date on that. It's Soul, right? Soul Pixar. That is going to be released on, that says December 11th in Japan. That doesn't help me at all. That's coming out Christmas Day in the States too. So.
Oh, cool.
Switch between your streaming services. Watch Wonder Woman and then Soul.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. Oh, yeah, we got to convince them just to put Fast and Furious out there.
Heck yeah.
What is it, Fast 9?
Yeah. Yep, Fast 9.
That's how you say it, right? I mean, I forgot. Is Fast and Furious 9 or Fast 9?
I think it's Fast 9.
Okay. Fast
Furious 9.
Right.
Yeah, it's Fast 9. Or F9. Sorry, Dominic. F9.
Yeah, F9. That's right, F9.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
And Han is back. Spoilers. I forgot. I should have forgot that, Dominic. I shouldn't have looked at this. We're going to have Zombie Han. We're going to have John Cena. It's going to be amazing.
All right, so what else we got? Oh, yeah. His Dark Materials is back on HBO. I watched it on HBO Max. I think it's on BBC also, just like last time, because I think they had episode 2 out already. So that's back for the second season. I watched the first episode. I enjoyed it. It had the two main characters. Well, Malala is really the main character, but the boy, I forgot his name, from the other world, they finally met into this in-between world, which I sort of remember from the books. I haven't listened to them in quite a while, but so it was cool them meeting each other and the differences, because this is the show I was talking about, whether your soul is a animal that's always with you, and they call them demons. So he doesn't have one because he's from a world like ours, where our souls are inside our bodies. So she was like, "Where's your demon?" Because she was afraid of him, because she's like, people without demons, that's weird.
Yeah. And
he was like, I don't know. And then we heard her demon talking, and he was like, what the heck? He's like, what is that? And then he was like, he's about to touch him, and he's like, her demon was like, he knows you're not supposed to touch demons, right? Because that's sacrilege to touch somebody else's demon. And then he said, he called them demons. He said, demons are known as evil things in my world. It's like, yeah. So it was cool to see that. And I just want to know what's going to happen. Like, I want to see the angels and things of that nature. And when they go into that, I say, yeah, man, it's going to get pretty dark, and talk about those religious things that really triggered, some Christians
that the movies were afraid of.
Yeah, the movie was definitely afraid of. Yeah. And that's what, and it also didn't last. I mean, I say it because it lasted. I don't know why it didn't, but I just want to know, where was that movie going to go?
Right.
Like, if they're going to do another one, where was that movie going to go?
They were just testing the waters. Eventually, they were going to get there. They just wanted to get everybody on board first.
All right. So I guess we can both talk about, because I watched it too, Mandalorian. Because I saw that you were watching Disney Plus. I was like, oh, he's probably watching Mandalorian, so let me go watch it. Because I was going to wait. And I was like, I'll watch it since he's watching it. You should have just did the watch party. Should have told you to do the watch party. And, because, they got that feature up there now where you can get people to watch together. I mean, I think all those services have that now.
Yeah.
Because I've seen it. Like, it's plus on Twitch, I'll be seeing, hey, Amazon Watch Party, and all you see is the person's video. I was like, do you watch the movie too? I was like, oh, nah, you watch them while you're watching the movie, and y'all can just hear the people talk on Twitch about it.
It's cool, just because like sometimes that stuff is really hard to sync up. So stuff like riff tracks or something, like I guess somebody doing like a Twitch equivalent to that would work well. Yeah,
exactly. Like they say, hey, we're going to start at this time, so yeah, we start together. You got to sync up. It's like when you be out, out in the military, sync up, everybody.
Thought you were going to say when you're doing a heist.
Oh yeah, heist. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, heist. Yeah, synchronize your watches.
Yep.
All right. So Mandalorian. This is the 4th episode. How'd you like it?
I liked it all right. We see the return of Carl Weathers and Gina Carano's characters.
And Carl Weathers directed this.
Yeah, I saw that.
I didn't know he was a director.
I didn't either, but it explains why you didn't see a lot of Mandalorian in this one and you saw a lot of him.
Yeah.
As soon as it was over, I was like, that's why. I get it. But it was still good. I mean, even without a lot of the Mandalorian in there, I thought it was good. It went by very quick. Like, it felt like a very short episode.
It really did. Like, Mandalorian has no time limit, does it? I mean...
I don't think so. I think some episodes are shorter and some episodes are longer.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably a time limit, but it doesn't seem like it's set to... This is an hour. Nah, it varies.
Yeah, but overall, I enjoyed this one again. They finally got it in the ship together, and we're starting to see like the seeds of like the overarching story come back into it. Seeing what is his name, Moff Gideon. So I'm excited to see the action pick up and kind of move in that direction. Maybe see Ahsoka and this guy with the dark saber and all that shenanigans really heat up a little more.
Yeah. What's her name again? The woman?
Gina Carano's character. I can't remember what it is. I just saw it this morning. I can never remember these Star Wars characters' names.
Yeah, but Gina Carano, I was glad to see her again. And how that ending goes, that's what could she have another role or something? It could be like a show with her. Unfortunately, she did some questionable tweets, I guess, and because I'm seeing people, I'm seeing tweets of people saying, "Oh man, this is," I can't separate her from what she said.
Yeah.
Online.
I like the ones that were replace Gina Carano with Sasha Banks.
Yes.
Her character's name is Cara Dune.
Yeah, Cara Dune. Okay, Cara Dune. Yeah. I was like, I like her character though.
Yeah.
And I like her. She's that's a cool badass woman.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I don't want her to be canceled, man. And what I saw she did, I don't know, it was that bad. I mean, I guess the easy thing to say, just don't say anything, but I don't know. It's
get better, Gina Carano. That's what we're saying. We don't want to cancel you, but we will if we have to.
Yeah, I don't want to be canceled. But yeah, anyway, but yes, it was a fun episode. It was enjoyable action. I like the action of the speeders, the TIE fighters, and also like what you said with the ship. So I'm glad, because I was wondering, man, is this ship just going to just explode? Here's again another ship, because I was thinking hey, this ship's kind of like the Millennium Falcon of this world, or just like in Star Trek, whereas the Star Trek ship is it's part of the cast basically, and also like Futurama, their ship is part of their cast.
Yeah,
it has the overbite, but it's So I was thinking hey, I like this ship. I mean, I was thinking hey, this is gotta be his baby, and it's oh good, they fix it up in that cool fight scene at the end.
Yeah,
was that that space.
There was some really good action in this one, as vehicle combat action. You had TIE fighters, you had that tank thing that they were driving around. It was really cool.
Exactly. Yeah, it was fun. And it was a fun episode. It was cute with little baby Yoda in that classroom taking that guy's cookies.
With the Force.
Yeah, exactly. Now, what Hey, look, we already were spoiling it, so sorry. So what about the tank? What were those things in the tank, man? What were their clones? Were they clones, or what were they?
That's what I was wondering, because they were talking about also like trying to harvest things from the child, and like I assumed maybe they were trying to either like amplify or give force powers to those clones or whatever. Like I don't know that they're necessarily like Palpatine clones or anything, but they might, they might just be continuation of the clone work from the
or
from
maybe
the
not
prequels.
Palpatine. Maybe they were the other dude.
Which one?
What's his name? That was in episode 7. Snork.
Oh, Snoke. Yeah,
Snoke.
I think. Well, I think in the book or some like extended fiction, it was implied that Snoke was like basically a failed clone
Palpatine?
of Palpatine. Yeah, like he was one of the like didn't work out clones or something like that. Yeah, I mean that's a whole nother level of stuff. And they also said like M number or something in reference to the stuff that they were trying to harvest. And I'm wondering if they're actually going the route of like, does M number stand for how many metachlorians they have? Were they trying to harvest metachlorians out of the child to give to these clones and give them force powers? Because like, honestly, if they just go like full on and actually try and bring metachlorians back into it, like, I think that's humorous for them to actually be like, no, it actually is a thing and we're going to explain it.
Now, you saw like those suits at the end. Were like they just regular soldier suits, or like what kind of?
I was wondering if those were clones in armor or if they were just like the suits that we're supposed to think the clones or whatever are going to go into.
Yeah.
I'm guessing they have to be clones, or they're implied that they're clones. Now thinking about this episode, there's a lot of stuff that I want to look up and see what people are saying online about these theories and whatnot.
Yeah, you do that and you relay that information back to me, because I don't want to. I don't want to get
I'll
lost in that
filter
rabbit
out
hole.
all the really bad takes.
Yeah.
And be like, can you believe this? They said they're Han Solo clones.
Yeah, it's like they said, no, they Jar Jars. They're with the Jar.
God.
He's bringing Jar Jar back. All right. So is that all you watched?
Yeah, that's all I watched this week. I forgot to mention, was it last week or 2 weeks ago? I did see most of the new Aladdin remake or whatever it is.
You didn't finish it?
No, I was just kind of in and out of the room. My wife was watching it, and I was kind of coming in and out. I saw the majority of it. I thought it was okay. It wasn't terrible, but it also, wasn't the original. But I also have, more nostalgia for the original. I thought it was interesting that, like, Will Smith's character was very much not just, him trying to be Robin Williams, which I thought was a smart choice.
It had to be.
Yeah.
How could he be Robin Williams?
Exactly. I thought horny Genie was interesting. He was always trying to get with like her handmaiden or whatever. So good on him. And yeah, I thought it was okay.
All right. You think I should watch it?
I think you could probably find some enjoyment in it.
Okay.
Just go in with medium expectations.
Those songs were just I couldn't get into it.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe I'll give it a shot. What did you like better, that or Lion King?
I still haven't seen Lion King.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I refuse to see it because they got my Be Prepared song in there. So it's like, what the fuck's the point?
When is Mulan supposed to not be a premium thing anymore?
I have no idea. The Blu-ray just came out, right?
Oh, did it? Free on Disney.
Yeah, I just saw a commercial for it when I was watching football.
Oh, December 4th. So in 2 weeks, basically. Okay. Because my wife at this the same day, my wife was watching like the cartoon Mulan and Mulan 2, which I knew existed, but I definitely had never really seen any of. And
I think we had the VHS of that for my niece. I don't think I watched it. I think I said, all these twos are crap. I learned that from Return of Jafar. Even though I kept watching Return of Jafar.
I was going to say, I
like,
think Return of Jafar is like the only one that I really like watched a decent amount of times. Like I remember having that VHS and watching it.
Yeah, I remember it was a lesser though of Latin. I was like, it's not good as a Latin, but it's.
But I was also
doable.
watching like the Disney cartoon at the same time, so it's like it's about on the same quality level.
Yeah, it's on the same level as cartoon. Yeah, and then I learned like, hey, that's a guy who talks for Homer, the genie.
Yeah.
And Yago's the same. Say, hey, they still got the same actor.
Yep.
I didn't know the difference between C-list actors though, so I didn't realize. I was still thinking I thought all actors were A-list. So
exactly.
I was like, hey, he's doing regular TV. That's amazing.
Yeah,
he's doing a regular cartoon. That's amazing for him. And then I grew up to learn like, oh,
that's sad for him.
it's like I say it like it's a bad thing, but it's just the way we look at things.
Yeah. And of course now, like huge actors are on television. It's still,
because they know it's
still
changed.
A little shock to me that like, oh, this person's on there, like, but
but it's just that Hollywood's changed. I mean, it's changed.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
especially with like the streaming services. Like I keep seeing like David Fincher's directing a thing for Netflix, and I'm like, fucking David Fincher. I mean, shit, Martin Scorsese directed a thing for.
Yeah, exactly. I liked it. It was really good. It could have been in theaters. Well, actually, it was in theaters, I think, at the same time.
It was, yeah.
All right, so let's get into some video games. So what are we playing? I guess I'll go first because I played at least one of the games she played.
All
right. I still have not finished Trails. I'm at the very end fighting the last bosses.
Oh, okay.
Because I've just been distracted by other things. But I'm getting close. So hopefully I finish this week because I really wanted to finish. I tried to cram it in, but it was a lot of talking. And I was like, God damn it. I said, let's get to it. Let's get to it and just not kill these guys because like we never seem to kill people in this goddamn game. They always beat them up to a pulp, but then it'd be like, oh, you're strong. But then they'll take their own life or something. It's like, that's not satisfaction. You didn't let me satisfy you. I wanted to kill you. But anyway, but no, because these guys never try to kill people. I mean, this is like in this world, these heroes they're not killers. Like they'll beat you up in something, but they're like, and then it always seems to be when you fight the enemy, when they're really strong, even though when you fight them, you whip their ass. When it goes to the other scene, it's like, oh, you barely made it. And it's like, I didn't barely make it. I killed it. I was beating the hell out of this dude. I hate that. And
you got the Pokemon I fainted thing going on, huh?
Yeah, it's like people always, it's like a trope in this game, and people joke about it on like forums and things like that. Just like, man, yeah, it's like you always find these enemies say, oh, they're really strong. And then they act like they're down, but then they get back up. Say, oh, no, he's back up. And like say, oh, like, I was just testing you, but now it's my real power. It's like, oh, and then he beat you up. It's like, oh, this is bullshit. It's like, or they'll be satisfied with your skill that they'll just let you pass because it's like you show your skill shows promise, and I said I respect you, and then they'll just lay their sword down. It's like, oh my god, what? Why can't I just ever just beat somebody up and say like, hey, I'm a badass? It's always that. It's always somebody respecting me, or I getting to exert myself so much I get tired and something like that. It's only a few times where you like beat up somebody or something like that. But I mean, other than that, the game is still pretty good. It's still a pretty good game. It's because I think it's probably leaned towards teens in a way that it doesn't want to be too violent in that nature, even though it has a deep story. They don't want to be too much violence in it. They want to still keep it almost kid friendly. It can't say kid friendly because some of the story be so deep. It's like, what kids read this? Or maybe the Japanese just understand this stuff. They understand politics. Maybe. And the young Japanese kids over there, more so than us over here. So I don't know. But the game is definitely. I still enjoy it though. But hopefully I'll finish it off. Well, all right, what else I played? I played some more Doom. I went back and got some of the extra stuff I missed in the level when I replayed it.
Okay.
And did I play a new stage? I don't think I did. I think I just went back to replay the stage I played. What else have I done? I played Fall Guys. I played a lot of Fall Guys. I actually recorded some of that. And I did play some new stages. Like, there's a stage called Fans, and I hate that stage. I hate it, but it always seems to be the stage I start out with. I mean, now I play it so much that I'm sort of good at it. Like, I'm sort of. Like, jumping to the fan. Like, it's these fans that spin, and you got to jump on one after the other one.
Oh, wow.
And like, it's moving platform fans. Like, they don't blow you up or anything. Like, just moving platforms, and that you can keep jumping to one or the other. It's like probably like 3 sections or 4 sections of that. And man, and this is the first time I've ever been on a stage where I think the stage actually times out. Even though there's no timer, you can't see the timer. There probably is a timer because people take too. I think the number of people that's supposed to get to the finish line takes too long that they just stop. Because the first time I did it, that's how I died. It wasn't like saying, well, I still got a chance because it hasn't got to 42 people yet, but it stopped at 35. So either certain amount of people quit or a timer went out. Because I don't think they could, it's got to be a timer. Because they can't say like, hey, we can't keep this on forever. Because people are just sitting there waiting, to get to the next stage. So I was like, darn, because that stage, it can be hard. Like, people probably just keep falling or somebody bumps into somebody and make them fall off the fan. Like, that's been done to me a lot of times. And then I get frustrated when I'm just moving so fast. I just say, fuck it. If I hopefully I just get over just jumping like crazy. And then I just get over to the other side. I mean, God, I hate that stage. But then I'm sort of used to it now, but I still don't want to play that stage. Yeah. It was another stage where it's a stage from the original version of the game, that slime stage, which I always forget that there's slime coming at you.
Yeah.
So I'm falling down, not even rushing to get back up. So, okay, let me just scroll. Then I see oh shit. And it's like, damn, I died. And then that's it. It's over. I'm thinking I can respawn. I said, oh yeah, you can't respawn on this. And I'll play that often. I keep forgetting that it's slime coming up on the stage, that I'm not rushing as fast as I can go, or I'm doing crazy shit that I probably shouldn't be doing. I like playing around with people, like just grabbing them and pushing them and stuff like that. But what other stage was there? There was a stage supposed to jump through loops. Oh, I hated that stage because I think I was on like the 4th stage in that run, and you had to jump through 6 hoops, man. And I was like, oh man, it's like because some of the loops, they'll disappear. If one person goes to that loop, you can't jump to the loop no more. Like, it'll go move up. But it doesn't just disappear right after he jumps in. So I'm thinking that, I thought I could just jump in too. So, okay, here we go. And then I do jump in, but I don't get it as a count. And I was like, oh, you son of a bitch. And then it disappeared. I was like, oh, you bastard, you made me waste my time. How some of these loops are in weird positions where you have to get like a good running start or a special dive to get in through. Man, I only got like 3 loops, and didn't get enough to get to the next round. But yeah, I mean, I played the grab a tail mode, which I did when my team did. When that went to overtime, I don't know how many times. It was close, and I was so scared because if our tail would have got stolen, we would have lost. And luckily I was dodging people. Then it was the one game where you had to push the ball, race the ball down to the finish line, and we were on teams, and we were right there. And then somehow the red got there at the end, and they beat us, and I was like, God damn it. Oh, and another thing I think it was the fan mode. It was one of those modes. I forget. I was right there, Dan. Right there at the finish line. I was like, oh my God. I was like, I'm going to make it. Then some guy just dives and gets it, and he got the last spot. Oh, I was frustrated. You ain't going to hear me scream, but I was screaming. I was like, oh, you bastard. But yeah. I had fun playing that game. I had fun. It's frustrating because I don't know how I'll ever go and get the Sonic costume. Like, I don't know. How do you get it? Can you just buy it from the store? I mean, I don't see it. I mean, I didn't try to look in the store. What I saw, because the store, I think, is just like how is Marvel's Avengers. it's daily.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, their stuff is daily. So I don't even know how you would get the Sonic costume unless it comes up in the store again where you can just get it. But I'll never have enough coins, or it's 2 currencies. So I don't never have the other currency. I only have like 2 of those, which you'll unlock, I guess, if you keep playing, you'll level up to get that currency. But it get like 1 ribbon, I think, some special ribbon is called. But yeah, it's frustrating with that stuff. I'm not paying money for it, but I mean, the game is fun. I still want that costume though. It's those bastards. Why can't they just give me that damn costume? All right. And I guess we could talk about Black Spider-Man. We could talk about Spider-Man Miles Morales. So you finally played it, man. So how you like it?
I'm enjoying it so far. I definitely, what you were saying about the controls being different definitely hit me in a way. Like, it's been so long since I played Spider-Man, the original, that it didn't feel like I wasn't confused about the controls, but it definitely felt like there was something different here that I just felt slightly off, not bad or anything. Like you said, it's more refined, in fact. But yes, it definitely, like, somewhere in the back of my brain, it's like, that's not the button that I used to press for that, I don't think. But it's been so long, I didn't remember exactly what I did.
Yeah, that's how I felt too. Because then it's not until I played the first one where I realized, oh, these controls are different.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking that too. It's like, these controls feel different. But yeah, like you said, I didn't play in so long. I don't know if it was. Well, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm still right in the opening part. I hadn't played any more since where I told you where I was. Basically, the opening starts with Spider-Man, Peter Parker, and Spider-Man Miles Morales teaming up to escort like a police convoy to the Ark. It's the Ark, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, where they're trying to transport different criminals. The big bad in this moment is Rhino, who is able to escape his pod after some situations arise. And basically, it's an extended chase sequence and then kind of a open area fighting of minor criminals in between. And I'm right at that second bit where you're kind of learning how to use the dodge mechanics and the different web interfaces. Just trying to take down some cops. So far, I'm liking it. I mean, there has
down cops. Why are you taking down cops?
I don't know, because they're evil, Dominic. No, taking down criminals for the cops.
You're defunding the police.
Yep, I'm defunding the police, Dominic. Yep. Yeah, so I'm very early on still. Haven't had a lot of time to get back to it this week, and I did spend some time with some other stuff. So, where are you at in the game?
I'm probably in the middle. I think it says about 42% as far as story. But I've been doing a lot of the extra quests. Like you get some sub quests to do, just like in Spider-Man, and then you also have the collectibles, which that's what I've been doing. And actually, I'm probably around 50% now, because I think I did a story when I was at 40%. I did do a story quest. After I did some side missions. But I got some costumes. I got the costume. It's the Black. I can't feel I said like Black Spider-Man, but it is his costume in 2099, his version, which that is a lot cooler than Peter Parker's 2099 suit.
Interesting.
I actually like that. I actually wish that it had the little spikes on his arms. I was like, that's not needed.
Yeah.
I mean, unless maybe he uses them, but that's gruesome. If he do,
Spider-Man kills.
Yeah, but if those spikes were off, that'd be really nice. I actually like it. I actually like it when he has a hoodie, and they don't have a hoodie version of the first costume where he's wearing the black suit.
Oh, really?
That's what I wanted. I wanted that, like the black suit with the like that, wearing the fleece jacket and the hoodie. I wanted that. A version like that, because I like that suit, but just with the black.
I'd be surprised if they don't at the very least add like the Spider-Verse kind of shorts and hoodie over the top of his costume at some point down the line.
because the only ones available, I think there's a Black Lives Matter suit. I want to say it don't say Black, but it says I forgot what it says, some freedom something, but I can tell because it has the colors. It's black and yellow. And I can't see this. I don't think I can see the suit yet. I have to unlock it by doing certain things. And because some suits, just like in Spider-Man, you unlock by doing specific things to unlock it, or you have to have the coins for it. It's for certain suits. Not all suits can be just unlocked by coins or tech. Also, there's one where he does have a hoodie. There's a couple ones with a hoodie that look good. That look pretty good.
Okay.
And so, but it's something like I just want to fix. It's like, I want to change this. I wish you could change the color schemes. I wish they had that where you can get the suit, but you can change the colors to what you want. But this game, it's awesome. I love the stylish. I love doing the tricks. Like, I finally learned how to do the trick of him just, like in Spider-Verse, where he's kind of got his hands behind his head, just going down. And, like, because it seems like he has so much more moves doing tricks in the sky than Peter. So I was, like, looking up how to do those moves.
Yeah.
The thing is, I don't know if I'm still getting XP for doing it. Even though it says XP, I don't see the bar. Like on original Spider-Man, it shows the bar when your XP goes up. It doesn't show it here. I have to one day like just press the pause button to see where was I at on XP and see did it go up. Because I'm like, that sucks. If that's not, is it a bug or what? Or like, what's going on? Or did it say if you already done the trick, you can't get XP anymore? But I'm not sure. But yeah, but it doesn't constantly come up. Maybe they just took that away. They're saying that, hey, just to change the UI to keep it more cinematic, we're not going to have that bar always showing all the time of your XP going up. Maybe they just changed it. I don't know. But no, yeah, this game, it's awesome. And like, it's really fun. I don't know where my time is yet. I have to look at it to see how long I've been playing. But yeah, like I said, I can't judge it for saying like, hey, is it worth $50? Like right now I know I'm having fun with it. But since I only probably put, I don't know, probably 5 hours maybe 5 hours, maybe 4 hours or 5. I don't know. And I think if you go straight through the story, it's probably really could go really fast maybe. But I feel like there's a lot of side quests in this game. I mean,
even if you go through that original game real quick, because that's what I did on my second playthrough, was basically just mainline the story, and it didn't take me much more than that, to be honest with you.
How long did it take you?
I want to say maybe like 6 to 9 hours at most.
Oh, yeah, because some people said 10 hours was going through original Spider-Man story.
But that was my New Game Plus, and I didn't touch anything side questy. I just went straight through the main story. But
yeah, but that's what I mean.
It's not a very long story at all.
Yeah, I'm saying it's 10 hours. I'm saying just going through the story, some people are saying just 10 hours. I don't mean, I haven't never straight through the story, so I can't say.
Yeah.
Through this, it's supposed to be shorter than that. So I feel like, as of right now, I feel like the money's worth. But let's just say I just play like an hour from now, and if it's done, then I'll probably change my mind.
Yeah.
Because if it's like I'm really almost done now, it's like, oh shit. Yeah. But I feel like there's enough collectibles and things. I mean, if you care about if you don't care about it, then that's different. But see, it's actually a joy to go look for these collectibles because, there's just some story behind it and to those things. And especially the tech ones you can use to upgrade yourself.
Right.
But yeah, the story of the game, the story is pretty good too so far. I guess really it's just the bad because, original Spider-Man had all those original Spider bad guys, in there. And a lot of these Descendants of Six was basically there. And so in this one, you kind of don't have that, but it's still a good story. It's still a good side story, to the Spider-Man universe. So I think this game, yeah. I think people should check it out if you can check it out. You know, it might be worth it, man. I don't think it's as short. Say, or if you can borrow it, I mean, go ahead. But I just feel like you could get enough game out of it.
Yeah, and if you got a PS5, it seems like it's a pretty technical showcase as far as just the way it looks.
Yeah, what is it? Is there a bundle with that in a remaster one? Right? Is there a bundle you can buy?
I think it's $10.
How much is that?
Is it $10
$70?
More $20? Yeah, it's $70. Yeah, because it's $50 for that, and then $70 for the like collector's edition or whatever that comes with the remaster.
I think that would be worth it. I mean, even though I think it should be $60, honestly, I think it should be $60, but you know, it seems like these games are going up. I mean, where are you at? I mean, I'm just saying, full price is fine.
Yeah.
If you had both of those games, maybe 40, maybe not 50, maybe a $40 game. That's probably would be fair for this.
I mean, we're basically just paying the next gen upgrade fee, even though we don't have those consoles yet.
So you play another game. What's this other game you played?
Yeah, I also played some Control. I talked about that a couple of weeks ago because I played the demo on the Switch that is a streaming version. And now I played a different streaming version. I got an invite to the Amazon Luna beta, and that is part of their library, so you don't have to pay anything additional to play Control on there. So I started, and I probably played about an hour and a half of it on there. There was some time where I had to stop, and so the game clock probably wouldn't be accurate if there is one to tell me how much time I actually spent. I just got kind of into the part where it seems like it's going to open up a little more. I'm going to do some searching on my own. I met some other characters. The Amazon Luna service, it just seems like Stadia, basically, where, you know, I choose the game I want to play. It loads up. I can use my Xbox controller. I don't have to worry about having a Luna controller. And that works perfectly fine. I didn't really have any issue with the lag. The loading times actually seemed pretty quick. I don't have any real comparison to like what it is locally on like an SSD or anything, but I had no issue with the initial load feeling too long or anything like that. And in general, it feels good. It doesn't feel like I'm getting a lot of lag there. There have been some moments where it'll pop up a little thing in the corner that says like, oh, you're having trouble with your internet connection, and it'll maybe stutter for a second or two. But nothing that's like game breaking for me. I think it works perfectly fine. I don't know graphically, like if I'm like on high settings or if it's got like RTX stuff turned on. I haven't noticed anything that looks like it has like RTX turned on, like crazy reflections or anything. But it looks perfectly good. This would probably be what it looks like if it were running on my PC. I think it's streaming at like 1080p or something like that. So it looks fine. It plays fine. The game itself, mostly what I've been doing is what I did in the demo, which is, you know, shooting these, what are they, the hiss or something like that, these possessed people. And that all feels good. I met up with an enemy that was a little tougher and definitely got murdered the first time, and then I learned my lesson a little bit. I feel like playing that demo, I recall them telling me like how to get into cover. But I don't remember seeing a pop-up to do that while playing it this time, and I didn't really feel like I was getting into cover at all, so I don't know if I was just not pressing the right button or what. I could crouch behind stuff, but like as soon as I pulled out my gun and
I thought you could get
started
in cover.
shooting,
I'm not sure.
I feel like you can, but
yeah,
I just
yeah, I think you can.
And that would definitely help because I was definitely doing a little bit of running around and shooting people. But just as far as like artistically, that game is really cool. Like I dig the vibe of it, the very like Twin Peaksy, but also very like crazy reds to contrast with the very bland like building, like a corporate, you know, kind of building.
And what about the story? Because I'm very confused about the story playing through that game.
The story is definitely, like, they definitely just kind of throw you in there, and I hope along the way they give me some more context of what's happening, because, like, I go in there, and spoilers at the very beginning of the game, but, like, you're meeting up with the director of this agency who's seemingly in charge of, like, these paranormal things. And then he kills himself, and you pick up the murder weapon, and then you become the director of this agency.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where I'm at right now, is like, I just met up with this woman who's like, you're the director now. And I'm like, why? And I guess, like, the gun is is it an object of power? And then, like, this building is the oldest house, and I don't know that I really have any understanding of what's happening right now outside of stuff that I've heard from other podcasts talking about this game when it came out. So I'm coming into it with a little bit of context of kind of what is happening here, but at the same time, I'm still very much like, okay, I guess I'm going to learn along the way. And I figure there's probably going to be a decent amount of, hey, you got to pick up these collectibles and read them to get, like, context clues for what's actually happening. Because even right at that beginning, I've already picked up, like, 6 to 10 pieces of material to read and tapes to listen to and stuff like that. So, yeah, I think it's interesting. And then I think the gunplay works perfectly fine so far. I actually very much like the melee, because you basically just, like, you're super powerful, and you just, like, are destroying cubicles and, like, annihilating these enemies with a single punch. It's pretty cool looking. It's some really good effects in that game. Yeah, so I'm liking it so far. I was telling you, like, there's part of me that's a little bit concerned about playing it this way, because, like, if I don't beat it in the next 6 days, I guess at this point, or 5 days, when did I start that? Thursday night? You know, I'm going to be kind of out in the cold and have to start completely over again if I choose to pick it up elsewhere. You were showing me that it's on sale right now on Xbox, the Ultimate Edition, for $20, and I think on PlayStation as well. They're doing that right now.
How about the PC? Is there a sale?
I haven't seen one, but I also haven't looked, just because, like, okay, I have so many things that, like, just having started the Jedi game and having Miles Morales, like, I'm actually kind of in the mind frame of, like, I actually do have too many games to be playing right now, so I should just avoid looking at sales at all to even, you know, worry about the temptation of, like, oh, this is on sale, especially right now, because Black Friday,
you know what?
is
it's going to be
terrible.
on sale again.
Yeah,
it's going to be on sale again.
I have a bad habit of going, oh, it's $20 now, I'm going to buy it. And then, like, in reality, I don't play it in that time. And by the time I do end up playing it, it's down to, like, $10 or $15. So, you know, trying to readjust, like, myself to actually properly account for the time that I actually have to play video games, which unfortunately is few and far between on some days, you know, and you know, assessing the financial risk of buying these games the first time I see them on sale. So yeah, I'm liking it, and I'm going to try and take as much advantage of this beta as possible, just because, one, I'm interested in the service, and two, because I would like to play Control, and hey, if I can play Control for free, that's, you know, can't complain about that. But there is a little part of me that's like, I don't know if I want to play a lot of this, because if I don't complete it, then I'm going to have to play everything again. Like, I really wish we were at the point in video games where, and we're starting to maybe see that a little bit, especially with the Ubisoft stuff, but, like, just having a save for these games across all platforms would be just chef's kiss. I would love that.
Exactly.
Especially as, like, because maybe, like, oh, I want to play it on Stadia, and then, oh, but, like, there's a free trial of Luna going on, so maybe I want to play it there. That would be really nice if it all just tied into some 505 Games account or Remedy account or something, and it was like, oh yeah, you can just pick up where you left off on the Switch. You can pick up where you left off on the PC or the Xbox or
hey, you know what? I know platforms don't want to do this because they want to let these games come on their platform because they give them the option, like, yes, we accept cross saves.
Yeah.
But a lot of these games don't do it.
No.
I just need a couple platforms to say, you know what, you're going to have to.
Yeah.
Like I need like how Xbox did with Xbox Live, where they said you have to have a demo if you're going to be on Xbox Live. And you know what? People still came to Xbox Live. They still came.
They sure did. Yeah. I mean, if your marketplace is big enough, then, you know, or if your game on the other end of it, if your game's big enough, then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just wish they would say, like, look, man, you got to have, somebody has to do it and say, look, you got to do cross saves. You got to put these features in your game.
Because I really don't know who that hurts if you have it in there. Like, am I only buying the Xbox version because I want to play it? Like, I really I'm having trouble even coming up with an argument for it because, like, if I'm a platform holder, I'm like, hey, I want you to have cross save because if someone buys it on the PlayStation, hey, maybe they'll buy it on the Xbox too because they have the Xbox in a different room, or, you know, they want to play it on xCloud and they can access their save via their phone or whatever. Like
it's not
feels like it's a win-win.
Yeah, because it's not like you're putting a PlayStation 5 in an Xbox, you know, console. Yeah. It's just a save. That means you have to still have it for Xbox.
Exactly.
Or I guess they figure like, hey, they could borrow their friends or something.
Maybe.
But come on. I mean, still, that means the friend had bought it. I mean, I don't know. It's somebody had bought it. Yeah, I don't think that's. Yeah, it's not cross buy. It's not cross platform buy.
Yeah,
a cross company buy, I guess, because there is cross buy, but yeah. All right, so that's all you got?
Yeah, that's all I got.
All right, so I guess we'll take a quick break. When we get back, we'll get to the flashback segment.
All right.
And we're back. Let's get to the flashback segment. So we're flashing back into 2010. This week in 2010 is a big week. Well, it's a pretty big week for, I think, both years, 2010 and 2000, because we're right in the middle. This is like the last few weeks until the holiday and seasons. So you get a lot of the plethora of games that were coming out. And we got a big one that came out, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. That was one of your games of the century, of the decade.
Of the millennia.
Yeah, that was one of your games of the decade.
Yeah.
I forgot where it was. What was it in your top 5? It was top 5, right?
I want to say it was, yeah. It's just like the refinement over 2 that it was, especially coming into it thinking that it was like, oh, this is just like more of that? Why are we doing that? Like they weren't sure, almost like the Miles Morales thing where it's like, we weren't sure if it was a brand new game or if it was just like an add-on type thing or what it was. And then it turned out to be a full new thing with some very interesting mechanics as far as like the Brotherhood stuff. And there was even, I think I talked about it on the podcast where we talked about games of the generation or whatever, games of the decade, but like, there was a phone app that was like, oh, send out your Brotherhood on quests and stuff that I put more time into than a lot of phone games that I've tried out because I just thought it was fun and cool. Yeah, I mean, there's so much about that game that I enjoyed, and it really just kind of hit me as a surprise because I wasn't expecting much going into it, and then I played it and I was like, oh yeah, this is like, everybody talks about how much 2 is an improvement over 1, and it was, but this is actually what I wanted 2 to be after I played it, and I realized like, oh yeah, 2 was cool, but this just upgraded it in so many ways that made it feel better. Like it was great. Yeah,
it did. I was surprised how well I liked it too when I played it. I was surprised. I didn't think I would. I was like, this is just probably them trying to cash in.
Yeah.
And like coming a year after 2, it's like, man, it's not even 3. It's just a side story. It's probably not that great. But the whole thing of you having your Assassin's Creed, your actual Creed, and you sending out your guys to do missions, it was awesome. And when they come back, they give you either money or items or something like that. And it felt like you're really part of a real Creed. It wasn't just you solo.
Yeah.
I mean, technically you were part of a Creed, but you just didn't really interact to them like that in 2 or 1. You know, you was going out and just doing some jobs, and then you come back. Now it's like, hey, you are sending these. You're the leader. You're sending these guys out to do things, and you're doing your own thing. And the story was all right. I mean, I don't remember the particulars of it, but I think it was fine. That I still want to know what happened. And this is the time where the stuff I saw, the Animus, was actually interesting. I still was curious about what was going on with that. So, Brotherhood was pretty great. And after this, it was what, Revelation?
Yeah, and to their credit, Revelation, like, I kind of felt the same way. Going into it, I'm thinking, like, oh, this is just like a cash-in, whatever. And
Yeah,
it turned
it was
out
still
to be
fun.
really cool, too, yeah.
So, they did a really good job with the whole 2 arc was great. I think that's the height of it, Assassin's Creed, to me.
Yeah.
I really think that was the best of Assassin's Creed. I mean, some people do like these newer ones like Odyssey or Origins. Some people say like, hey, I enjoy those more than, like, they're my favorites in Assassin's Creed. But they don't feel like Assassin's Creed to me. They feel like another game. They could be called another game. And they just got the Assassin's Creed name on it.
Yeah.
But, like, as far as the feel of Assassin's Creed, like, even Black Flag, I like doing the sailing ship stuff, but I didn't really care about the assassin stuff and that. This is probably, but Assassin's 2 through Revelation were probably the best games I really played that felt like Assassin's Creed, like what the series to start out to be. And I think after that, I mean, of course, you had that problem with, what was it called? What was the one that's messed up called? Syndicate was okay.
Unity.
Unity. Yes. Assassin's Creed Unity, you know, they had their little problems, but I don't know if was the game good. I don't even know. Like, the people talk about the bugs and everything. They talk about the game too, but it's been so long now.
Yeah.
But I didn't hear I don't think I heard really great things about it. Like, it was really good either. I think it was average.
For me, it's that's where it started to feel like a little bit archaic for me, because I came into that after playing like Batman, and then I was like, wait, I'm an assassin. I'm supposed to be stealthily moving around this game, and I don't even have the ability to control whether I'm crouching or not, because it was, you know, even up through like recent ones until probably Origins, it was always like, oh, if you're in bushes or something, you'll crouch down. But it's like, this is a stealth game. Like, what the hell am I doing? And that's kind of where the series kind of broke for me a little bit, and I kind of moved away from it and didn't really come back to it. And then you telling me that Odyssey was so good, I was just like, I need to get back in here.
Yeah, Odyssey. I mean, like I said, had the Assassin's Creed name, but it felt like a different game. But it felt like a game you would like,
right,
to me. And you can do things stealthily if you choose to. Or you can go in like me a lot of times and just like, just gonna beat up these guys. All right. But yeah, Brotherhood was great. I was surprised. I was down on it, like, before even playing it. But I was just like, they're trying to cash in. I was like, how you gonna cover a game right after 2?
Exactly.
And have a game ready. Yeah, but to the credit, they knew how to do crunch. They did crunch very well.
Apparently.
Over there at Ubisoft. All right, another game that came up, Marvel Superhero Squad, The Offending Gauntlet. This is the Marvel Super Squad. Marvel Superhero Squad was the toy line of Marvel, where it's like little kitty versions of Marvel characters. And they had a TV show too that came on Cartoon Network. And it was cute. It was definitely for kids. It was a cute show. I didn't like it that much because they had Spider-Man in it. So, because Spider-Man was part of Sony, so they couldn't do it. But it's like basically, like I said, a kid's version of that. And I don't know how this game is rated. I'm gonna guess it wasn't super great, but hey, kids will like anything. So you if you can get it, give it to your kid. They'll like it, or you can make them like it. You can make them like it. All right, so also 10 years ago we had Need for Speed Hot Pursuit, which is getting remastered. It got remastered. It's out now. So this is 10 years. So yeah, the 10-year anniversary of it. And this is when Need for Speed people felt like, hey, this was Need for Speed getting back on track again.
Yeah.
Get back on track from its most wanted days and things of that nature. Then they lost track. Then they fell off the track after this. But with the remastered one, I wasn't the only one thinking that. Like what somebody said when they heard Hot Pursuit Remastered, they were thinking going back to the PlayStation days, like, oh,
right,
they're going to actually remaster Hot Pursuit 3, like Need for Speed 3 Hot Pursuit.
Yeah.
And because it's only been 10 years. I mean, 10 years, I think it's a decade, technically. I mean, but it just doesn't feel that long ago for some reason.
It really doesn't.
For some reason, it just doesn't feel that long ago. All right, Pac-Man Party. The retail version came out for the Wii. And I'm guessing this is like a Mario Party version of Pac-Man. I didn't bother to look this up. But yeah, it's probably the best Mario Party game. Probably party game. Probably better than Mario Party. What else we got? We got Sonic Colors. It came out for both the DS and the Wii. Yeah. And the DS version really, I think, got higher reviews than the Wii version. Definitely, I think that was
that sounds right.
People. Yeah, that liked the Wii version. I don't know if it got bad reviews, but I don't think they were. I think it was like mediocre, maybe.
I think people were underwhelmed. Like I think they came into that thinking it was going to be pretty good because it was another one of those times where it was like, oh, they're doing Sonic, but they're taking it back to what it should be.
Yeah, but I think I heard people talk about Sonic Colors like, hey, they actually enjoyed that one, the DS version of that one. All right, so we also got the 10-year anniversary of Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon on the Wii version. And so this actually used that gun shell.
Oh,
that
yeah.
Wii gun shell. Which I had to. I bought that damn thing. You know how I bought a lot of accessories for my Wii, man. I think this is probably the most I bought accessories for than any console.
Yeah.
Because I had the Wii board, that gun. No, I didn't have the wheel, which is funny. Yeah, I didn't have the wheel because I didn't get Mario Kart.
Right.
The biggest selling game on the Wii. I was the unicorn, Daniel, that did not buy Mario Kart.
A singular person that didn't have that game.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't get Mario Kart either. I don't know why. I think about it, but I'm playing all these other games. I was like, I'm not gonna get it yet because I'm playing those other games. So, and I just never did get it. I never did get it. I just played it when my friend brought it over, or one of his house. He had Mario Kart. I played it on his, and it was fun. It was fun. Yeah. But yeah, Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon. I'm gonna assume that it wasn't that great for the Wii, but I'm just gonna assume it's not great. I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm sorry, Tom Clancy. But I just don't remember anybody talking about this.
Yeah.
Oh, iCarly 2 joined the clique. I think this was the DS version. Came out. I know you love stock in this game.
Oh, yeah.
What else we got here? NBA Jam came out for the PlayStation and Xbox 360. This was the game that was supposed to be packed in with the new NBA Elite, I think it was. Or the NBA for the people from NBA Live. Mm-hmm. It became a separate game, though, for the arcade, for the Xbox and the PlayStation. And it was okay. It was an okay game, but it just wasn't the same as NBA Jam for me. I didn't like it as much. Yeah. I ended up playing the demo, because arcade you could play the demo, and I was like, it wasn't all that. Also, it's been 10 years since Pac-Man Championship Edition DX. I got this game. Like, I actually bought it. It's free. I mean, if you had Xbox, it came free on Xbox Live.
Yeah.
But I had bought it initially because from Giant Bomb. So I think it was nominated for one of those awards. And I was like, let me check this game out. And I tried it out because Xbox had demos then. And that game was fun. I was like, oh, shit, I like this. And I really like this. This is a fun take on Pac-Man. Very, I like the music. It's very, what I'm looking for, energetic, kind of like that club type of music, and something like that, like a lot of bass.
Transy dance style.
Yeah, but it was cool. It really fit with the Pac-Man. Like Pac-Man went on because you got the neon lights and things of that nature. It was like real. Yeah, it was so cool to play. Like that. I guess that's what you could really say. Kind of like Tetris effect is to Tetris. Tetris has his other variations before that. That was kind of hippie. I mean, the Tetris is so many variations, but just like Pac-Man, so many variations of those games. They're just gonna keep going on forever. All right. We had Alien Breed 3 Descent come out for Steam and 360. That is the kind of top-down looking shooter game, and I always see this game.
Yeah,
it's like it's a game I always see.
And I don't know,
maybe on Steam on sale or something.
I've seen it a million times.
Yeah, I've seen this game so yeah. And hey, it had 3 of them. I don't know if there was a 4. Maybe it is. I have no idea. But yeah, it's one of those top-down looking shooters, and hey, I mean, I think it got okay scores. I think I actually got decent scores when I looked it up.
Yeah.
Also, Donkey Kong Returns came out. I was anticipating this game. I just never got it for whatever reason. I think because I was waiting on the Wii at this time. I was like, yeah, I'm kind of just on 360 or PlayStation 3. But you got this game, right?
I can't remember if I bought this or if I rented it.
I felt like you rented it.
Yeah.
As I say, I felt like you rented it.
And I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I remember playing it with like my niece and nephew and them being at the age where it was like, okay, maybe you just be Diddy and you jump on my back and we just complete this level already because you're going to keep jumping in the pit and stealing all my lives. But yeah, this was the first time that they had actually like gone back to that series, and they stayed true to it, having the side scroll and stuff, and it was cool. I liked it a lot. I ended up, where I ended up buying it? I bought the 3DS one, I think, eventually when they re-released it on there. Yeah. So that's good. I really like those levels where they would do like the silhouette of the sun, and it would be like,
yeah, that was I think during the E3 demo, that's was really kind of caught my eye. It's like, oh, that's cool. I like that.
Yeah, they did a good job with that.
All right. We also have Raven Rabbids Travel in Time. They're going back in time. Raven Rabbids games were still coming out for the Wii. Yeah, I don't know how this game got rated. I'm going to assume this probably wasn't that great.
Yeah. But people still bought a ton of it.
Yeah, I don't think I bought any Raven Rabbids game.
I just got the Mario one.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. That's one of the latest ones. All right. Also, Tetris Party Live was a download release for the DSi. Ooh. It's a Tetris Party game. It was on the Wii, I think, too. Mm-hmm. And it uses I think on the Wii version, it used that balance board.
Yeah. I feel like I remember that one.
DSi version, of course, you couldn't do that. You can stand on your DS, the bottom part of your DS, if you can. But no, it's just a Tetris game with a lot of party stuff into it. I think it got rated pretty well. All right. So that's it for 2010. Now we're going to the year 2000, 20 years, and we got 20-year anniversary of Driver 2.
Ooh.
I never got into a Driver series.
The Grand Theft Auto killer.
I never played it. I never played the Driver series. The only one I ever played was like the demo. I think it was on 360. Was it Stuntman or something? I forget what it was.
Okay, or like Driver San Francisco, maybe? I don't remember when that came out.
I don't know. There was one where he was a ghost, right?
Yeah, I think that was San Francisco. I want to say that was San Francisco.
Where you could transfer your body into a car or something. That was crazy. But yeah, the Driver series was popular. And yeah, I don't know. I just think I just wasn't. It never caught my eye. It never caught my eye for whatever reason. You ever played any Driver game?
No, I think I'm like you. I maybe played a demo of one of them that was on the 360, but other than that, no, I was never.
Well, Driver 3, where did that come on? That came on the PlayStation 2?
Driver 3 came on the PlayStation 2 and the Game Boy Advance and Windows and the Xbox.
It's like that was the driver with the 3 backwards, right?
Yep, exactly.
All right. So what else we got? We got Maximum Pool for the Dreamcast. This is, pool but it's maximum. So it's the best kind of pool.
Top billiards.
All right. Also, NASCAR Heat came out for the PlayStation. And that game just recently, the series just came back, right? Some years ago. Is it called NASCAR Heat?
Yeah, they're still doing this, or it came back with a new one.
Yeah, it came back, because I think it was gone for a while. Well, NASCAR wasn't really had no games for a while.
Yeah.
All right. Also, World of Dragon Warrior Tornico, The Last Hope, the PlayStation version for the United States and Canada came out. Now, this is Dragon Quest.
Okay.
This is Dragon Quest, but because I don't know why they didn't change the name coming over here, because they usually do. Because it's called Dragon Warrior over in Japan, and then they changed the name to Dragon Quest over here. But this is like a side kind of story of Dragon Quest, a mystery dungeon version. And you're playing the character from Dragon Quest 4. And yeah, it was like the second mystery dungeon game after the Chocobo series, after Chocobo 2. I think the same people worked on that. And yeah, I think it got rated pretty well. I think people did like it. I didn't know about Dragon Warrior / Dragon Quest until the close to goddamn 8. Really. I mean, I heard of it. Yeah. I heard of Dragon Warrior. And technically, you know what? No, I mean, not technically, but my brother owned the game Dragon Warrior, the first one for Nintendo. Oh, really? I just never knew what it was. I just never knew. I knew that when I tried to play it, I didn't understand what the hell I was doing. Because, random battles and reading, I didn't know what the fuck like, when that game came out, I was just starting to read. So I didn't understand probably all the words that was on that screen.
Yeah.
And honestly, I should ask him, did he even beat the game? I wonder, did he even beat the game? He probably just got the game because he saw the commercial on it. He probably was like, man, I don't like this shit. But anyway. But yeah, the Dragon, I heard this was a pretty cool series. And it's like one of those series I think about like that, and it's another RPG series, Wild Arms series. I missed out in my younger years because I was so up my ass with Final Fantasy that that was the only thing I like, and I missed out on playing them. Because Wild Arms, even though the guy told me like, "Hey, this game is all right," I was like, "Man, this ain't no Final Fantasy."
Yeah.
I remember that guy had a GameStop telling my dad, say, "Hey, they say this game's pretty good too, Dominic, on Wild Arms." I said, "Man, get that out my face. And you get me my damn Final Fantasy 7. But yeah, what else we got here? We got Hercules Legendary Journeys on a Nintendo 64 version.
Boy.
This is not Hercules the cartoon. This is Kevin Sorbo, baby.
Okay. I gotta find the cover of this. I feel like now that you say that, I actually remember seeing this in like Nintendo Power.
Kevin Sorbo about to slice the head of some, like a Hydra or something. Yeah, that's the best version. It's better than that Disney crap.
I think, did I rent this from Blockbuster, or did I just always see it and go like, that's super lame?
Come on, man. You ain't like Hercules, man?
I actually did. I think
I like Xena more, but Xena was more popular too.
I don't know that I liked them necessarily, but I definitely watched them, and I don't remember if it was a thing like, oh man, Hercules is on, but whatever, I'm gonna watch. I think that's more what it was. I think, like, oh man, this is on, Cartoons is over.
Yeah, I think that's what it was for me. Like, I didn't mind sitting there watching it. Like, it wasn't something like I had to watch. Like, it's on now. But I didn't mind watching it, and I enjoyed what I saw. Mm-hmm. Hercules, this is the better one, because the Disney one was a lie. Because they said Hera was Hercules' mother, and that was not true. I said, no, she hated Hercules because he had sex with another woman, and she hated that was his love child.
Yeah.
They lied to us. All right. What else we got here? We got Resident Evil 3 Nemesis came out. The Dreamcast version came out, so it was like cleaned up graphics. That's like the HD version of Resident Evil 3 at that time without HD. But, what else we got here? Oh, here's the big one. Well, actually, I'll save this for later. All right, you got Casper, Friends Around the World. Came out for the PlayStation. I think I heard this is probably the best Casper game in existence. It's like, I have no idea what this is. I wonder how many Casper games are there.
What a good or a bad Casper game is, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Casper the movie game is probably the best game.
Yeah, Friends Around. There's a Casper Spirit Dimensions on PlayStation 2.
Oh, wow.
And look, he's angry on that. You see the, oh my God, look at his, like, he got the angry face. There was the Casper the movie game on Super Nintendo. Casper, the friendly ghost, the friendliest ghost you know. The guy singing who sounded like James Brown, I don't know who he was. All right, what else we got here? We got Championship Surfer for Windows. I think it was just a Windows game too. I don't know if it came on consoles, but yeah, there we go. We got an Extreme game. The Extreme game's coming out. Also, Deep Raider for Windows. What was Deep Raider? I thought I looked up. I think this is a game that came with a controller.
Oh, really?
Let me see. It came with the special controller, Deep Raider game. Come on, you can't show me the image? Thank you. Yeah, look on the box. Like, type in Deep Raider. Yeah, it comes with this. They call it a USB Joy mouse controller. They call it a Joy mouse. I guess it. What's the mouse part to it?
It plugs into the mouse port, maybe.
Yeah, It's 2-in-1. It's a 2-in-1 deluxe pack at a value of $20. That
controller looks like, or if that is the entire controller, because it looks like a Sega controller.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was about to say. Well, from the back of it, looks like, yeah, that's what it is. It looks like a Sega controller. I was looking at the back of it on eBay.
Oh, okay.
The Joy mouse. Get advantage from our Joy mouse. USB device, just plug it in your PC and enjoy it immediately. One device with two functions: gamepad and mouse. Save.
Oh God, maybe it's
your workspace.
Maybe on the back it has like a ball.
Yeah,
or...
ball. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Hand-free page roll button works for Microsoft Internet Explorer, Microsoft Word, and Excel. Support the most popular PC games and Windows games. Include one piece of sticker paper and printing directions. You can make your own sticker with your favorite picture. Man, I want that controller, Dan. That's the controller.
It's got all the functions.
Yeah, I can get this game for $16.99. There was one that
they did recently like that. That was like, it's a laser mouse, but also it's a controller, and it's like, yeah, but it's a bad both of those things.
Now I don't know how this game is rated though. What is Deep Raider?
It looks cool.
It only got 2 stars, 38. They got a 38 on Metacritic, so maybe.
That's just because Metacritic didn't exist back then. Even though it is pulling from GameSpot and IGN, yeah.
Good God, a 30.
Oh,
is the controller at least good?
Definitely not. I mean, it makes sense though, because this is a freaking water game. Water games back then especially were terrible and still are sometimes.
All right. So what else we got here? We got Disney's 102 Dalmatians.
Oh boy.
Puppies to the rescue. You remember that movie? 102?
I do.
Yeah, I watched it. I did not like it. That's the one with the spotless one, right?
I think so.
Yeah, the Dalmatian without spots. It's not a Dalmatian then.
They come in all shapes and sizes, Dominic.
It's a mutant.
They bred the spots out of them so she could have a cleaner coat.
All right, what else we got here? We got Top Gear Daredevil.
Oh boy.
For the PlayStation 2 version came out. So yeah, Top Gear. Was that what was that channel that show come on?
BBC.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I don't think BBC
I didn't know about Top Gear until years later.
Canceled them.
I didn't know what the hell it was. Oh, okay. What else we got here? Gunman Chronicles, the Windows version. Oh, darn, what is I meant to look this game up.
Do I remember?
It's made by I'm about to say Raven, but it's Red Wolf Software.
I feel like I remember this
Valve Corporation
because it was powered by Half-Life engine.
Yeah, I was about to say Valve is part of it.
Published by Sierra, it looks like.
And they gave it got 65 on Metacritic. Game Informer gave it an 8.25.
Doesn't look terrible. I mean, it looks terrible visually by today's standards, but
yeah,
like it actually looks kind of stupid fun.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a first-person shooter. Oh, I should say.
Give me a remake of this, you cowards.
GameSpot gave it a 5.8 though. Well, IGN gave it. IGN gave it a 7. So it got okay scores. Your Gamer gave it an 8. PC Gamer gave it a 52 though. And they're PC elitists, so they might be right.
Looks like something about like traveling through time or something, because I'm seeing like cowboys, but like with modern guns and tanks and
here's the
robot legs.
The setting, according to the game's introductory cutscene, the gunmen act as a sort of military police force for humanity's intergalactically expanding colonial empire at a unknown time period in the distant future. During a mission 5 years prior to the beginning of the game, the gunmen were dispatched to a planet called Banzur Prime to investigate communications breakdown with the research colony there under the command of their leader, known simply as the General. While investigating the colony, they come under attack by massive worm-like organisms that form one part of a larger genus of creatures called the Xenomes. The General, seeing his men have no chance by themselves, take command of one of the gunmen's drop ships and begins performing bombing runs on the attacking Xenomes, destroying several before being captured in the jaws of one of the larger creatures. Meanwhile, the player character, Major Archer, rallies the remaining gunmen and orders them to retreat to the remaining ships and get off world immediately, assuming that the General is already dead. The General is still alive as his fighter is dragged underground, pleads, apparently unheard, for a rescue over the radio, but the gunmen leave before having a chance to receive the message.
Oh, so it's Mass Effect.
Yeah. It seems like a cool, like, it's a game I probably would have played back in the day if I had a PC that can play that shit. It's really. Actually, maybe I did have a PC that can play that. I don't know. I probably had it on a PC back then. All right. So what else we got here, Dan? Animorphs. Shattered Reality came out for PlayStation.
Shit.
Animorphs. Did you read that book?
I collected those books, whether I read them or not. That's a whole different story. You collected
them and didn't read? Why would you collect them?
Because their covers were really cool. And yeah, I would read part of most of them, but I don't think I ever got through the majority.
You are weird. You collect books and don't read them.
No, I just have a problem, Dominic. I'm not weird. I have an issue.
Oh. Well, I read one book, and that was the prequel. It actually came out after a lot of the books came out.
I remember that one.
The one with that purple thing with no mouth.
Yeah.
And the horse body.
Yep.
And the original Animorph.
He was the one that gave them their powers.
Yeah. So, because a friend of mine's at the time, anyway, he was telling me about the show was coming to Nickelodeon, and he said, you got to read some of the books, man. And say, oh, there's a prequel book that's good for you can get right into it. I said, okay, I'll check it out. Because we had like a book fair, at the school, and I went and bought it there.
Yeah, book fair.
And so, yep, I used to love getting Clifford the Big Red Dog. Yep. I used to get that all the time. And like from first grade up to 8th grade, I would get Clifford the Big Red Dog. But anyway, so I think this had to be about 7th or 8th grade when that book came out for me. And so between 97 and 98, maybe. Mm-hmm. So I got the book and I liked it. I did enjoy it. It was a good read. But it's really for younger folks. I was getting to that age where I was like, I don't know if I want to get into the series now, because I like to look at these books like, this kind of young. I'm kind of want something a little more mature, things with a lot of sex in it. You know what I mean?
Violence.
So violence and sex, man. That's what I was looking for. After reading some of my sister's books, I was like, yeah, this is what I need. It's just,
Erotica.
yeah, exactly. It's funny. I used to read the passages to my friends on the phone. I said, hey, look, they talk about in this book. What was it? It was one of those, it was one of those black, like, author books, but they deal with the love making. They go into all details. Like, oh, yeah. It's a good stuff. Since I ain't have porn in the house. Yeah, my dad, I was like one of the few guys who had a father who didn't have porn. So I had no experience. I had no experience with that stuff until like I went to somebody's house when I found out I found his father's box of porn.
Yeah.
And I would not leave the attic. I didn't care about playing outside no more. But yeah, Animorphs, it was a series that came on, ended up coming to Nickelodeon. I don't think it lasted that long, though, up there.
No.
And because I think I watched the first episode, I was like, this looks a little cheesy. So I didn't stay with it. But it was a popular book series. In the game, I don't think the game was rated that well. It was just a platforming action game. And you could change it to animals. But that's the thing, yeah. The kids could change into animals. They had the power to change into animals. So that was the power they got from the alien. And I think one of the children was a half-breed because he actually changed to human. And he was a human form for a while. He had a wife and he got a child. So he actually was born with that power and he gave it to his friends. All right, so what else we got here? We got Rugrats in Paris, the movie for the Game Boy Color. You played this, Dan?
I don't think so.
Okay, but
maybe Game Boy Color.
Did you see the movie?
I don't remember. I think maybe
I saw
years
the movie
later
I
did.
I saw the movie because it was on pay-per-view. My dad had the legal cable, so I think I just watched it up there.
I would say like once it came to Nickelodeon or something, so it's probably like a few years later.
I was a Rugrats fan. I wasn't a big one. I didn't realize how popular it was, though.
Yeah.
Because I didn't hear my friends talk about it. We talk about it, but when the movie came out, then I saw like people getting the watches for Burger King and shit from the first Rugrats movie. I was like, holy shit. Like people like older. So I'm thinking like, oh, y'all still watching that? And it's like, y'all still into this stuff? I was like, okay. I guess I gotta get a Rugrats watch because that's the style.
Yep.
So everybody has one. And thing is, because I thought I was like supposed to grow out of it. And
nope,
people
you
like,
need that Reptar merch.
Yeah. I mean, I liked it as a kid. Like when it first came on and I had cable, I was watching it a lot. I think because I got a cable, that was it. And I used to go to my grandma's house. My grandma had the VHS tapes. My little cousins would watch it all the time. So that's what I would see. And I remember one of my cousins, she was like, oh, my favorite character is Angelica. I was like, but that's the one that's a bitch.
She would be your favorite.
Yeah, and you know what? And that's what I thought too. I was like, you know what? I think my cousin's gonna grow up to a person that if I didn't know her, I wouldn't like her. I wouldn't like her. It's like I think she's gonna be that kind of person. I don't know if she ever turned that way. You don't want to
be more of a Chucky kind of person, maybe a Tommy Pickles?
Or at least the who's the black one name?
Oh, I can't remember. Susie? No, Susie was the doll. Oh no, it was Susie.
Okay, yeah, I thought it was
Susie Carmichael.
Yeah, Susie Car. Yep. I was like, yo, you want to be like Susie, man?
She was the source of the Carmichael show. It all started with her.
But yeah, Rugrats was very popular, man. I'm sure this game sold.
And then we all found out it was about how the kids were dead or something.
All right, what else we got here? Army Men Sergeants Heroes 2. This series was so great in the late 90s, early 2000s. Like, this was the greatest series ever. Everybody loved these games, Dan. That's the way I'm going to look at it. Remember it as.
Wow.
As a series that everybody loved.
They clearly liked them enough that they kept making these things, right?
Oh, my goodness. I mean, in magazines, I would just see, every time I get a magazine every month, there was an Army Men game.
And it was a new one.
Yeah, I was like, here's a preview. Like, it'll be a preview and a review. Because there'll be a preview of one that's coming out and a review that one that just came out. And it's like, Jesus Christ. And then it'd be like sequels to these versions of the same whole series. I said, it's got to be a person who's like, I was a big Army Man fanatic. I bought all the games. I bought all these games. I never played one of these games. I don't know how these games are at all. Like, I mean, I'm sure some of them are different, but I just never played one. I think the one I was really looking at was the PlayStation 2 version. I was like, oh, the graphics are good on this. Maybe I'll give this one a chance. But then I think the review wasn't that good, so I didn't bother. Mm-hmm. Like, have you ever played an Army Man game?
I definitely played some of the Game Boy ones through emulation, and I want to say maybe like a 64 one I rented from Blockbuster or something like that.
Is it just a shooter?
Yeah, it was like a third-person shooter. The Game Boy ones, some of them were kind of like top-down shooters, like old school.
Yeah. But they don't have the stuff on the bottom of the feet, do they? They just run with the legs?
Yeah, they just had the stuff. They just had legs, which was
so see,
kind of not interesting to me.
Yeah, because at that point, it's just a man who's green. So,
exactly.
I was thinking, because when I heard Army Man, I was really thinking it's Toy Story. I was like, oh, these guys up there flopping, like you're trying to walk and you try to shoot like that. It'll be funny. But I was like, oh, they just, that's how I remember. Now I remember. Yeah, they look like they just had legs. They're just green toys. But they took that piece off of them. They peeled it off, I guess, so they can walk. All right, so what else we got here? We got Tomb Raider Chronicles on the Dreamcast version came out. Now, Chronicles, what was Chronicles about?
Chronicles was, what was that, like the third one or the fourth one in the series?
I want to say it's the fourth one.
Yeah.
I think it came out
Raider
before
3
4.
was 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Chronicles was like an amalgamation of like the best of kind of stuff from 1, 2, and maybe 3.
Oh, okay.
Because it was like, the Dreamcast probably didn't get 1 and 2, so it's like, oh, here's the part with the bear, and here's the part with the tiger, because you remember those, right?
It's funny. The part with the tiger was at the beginning of 3, and that's the only part. And on all those games, Dan, all I did was play the beginning. And I never beat past the boss because I could never get past those controls.
Yeah. No, it wasn't for me until those 360 ones came out that I got so enamored by that I really played any of those games.
Yeah, I wasn't. I mean, I wasn't too young to care about boobies, but it wasn't enough for me to make me get that game because she had big boobies.
I didn't need the game. The ads were enough for me. It was like, oh yeah, look at her.
My sister had those games though. She had, like, she was seemed like she was playing them a lot, and I was just like, man, I don't like these controls, man. I can never jump over, man, the spike, or I'll get killed. And then when I got to 3, I think my dad got me 3 copied when I had the legal PlayStation, and I just always played with the tiger part. Yeah. Or when I do play it, I'll play the mansion where you can walk around the mansion, where that butler would scare the shit out of me because he's following you. But he's following you all slow. So I'm just thinking like he's not moving. And then one time I was just turning around, I was like, holy shit, where the hell you come from? Why are you just following me? All right.
Yeah, so according to Wiki, this was following Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation. Series protagonist Lara Croft is presumed
so this is the 5th
dead,
one then.
And a group of friends attended a memorial service at her home to recount tales of her earlier exploits. Gameplay follows
I thought The Last Revelation was that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then after this one was The Angel of Darkness, Dominic.
So Tomb Raider 4, when did that come out? Oh, was there a official 4?
I don't know.
I thought it was.
What is Last Revelation? That's 3, right?
No, 3 is just 3.
Oh, okay. 3 is 3.
Like, it ain't have a...
Then Last Revelation would be 4, unless...
Oh,
you're
so
saying
there's no official
4
then.
Let's see. Tomb Raider 4. Shadow of Tomb Raider sequel, Tomb Raider 4 revealed.
Nah,
they're talking about new ones, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, The Last Revelation is what comes up for.
Oh, so there was no Wiki. 4. Okay. All right. So Last Revelation. I remember Last Revelation. And so Chronicles is the one where she's dead. They think she's dead.
Yeah. So they're just telling old
I remember
stories.
that commercial from wrestling. because I used to always see that commercial during SmackDown.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to come back to these other two games from 2000. Okay. I'm going to quickly go back to 20 and 30 years. So, I mean 25 and 30. So 25 years ago, as of this date, Wipeout for PlayStation came out. And I didn't play this series until very late. But it was a fun game, but it was a popular. Of course, it was popular amongst the PlayStation games. This is one of their crucial. This was in the PlayStation Mini, right?
I think so.
I mean, there it should be. But yeah, it's been 25 years. It's 25th anniversary of that game. Also, it is the 25th anniversary of Donkey Kong Country 2.
Oh, man.
Diddy's Conquest for Japan, the Japanese release, which is the first release. So the official 25th anniversary of the game, which is, I think people rate this as probably the best one of the three. Did people like this more than 3?
Yeah, I think so. I think because, like, 3, that's when they had the baby in there, and people were kind of like, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I was kind of on this one. I ain't see Donkey.
Yeah.
Well, I said Donkey. I mean, but Donkey Kong. Well, it's his first name. But DK. I was like, wait a minute. You just playing Didi and the girl? I said, what the hell? What's her name? Dixie, yeah. What's Donkey Kong's girlfriend name? Candy, right? Yeah.
Candy Kong.
Yeah, he married his sister.
How can she be his girlfriend and also be Candy Kong?
It's his sister.
That's not
They're
right.
from the South.
Do they?
That's how it's done. But anyway, so Dixie, so it was Dixie and Dee Dee. And Dee Dee's like the only monkey, right? Dixie didn't have a tail, right? I don't think she had a tail.
I feel like she did. Yeah, I think she did.
Nah, she don't have a tail.
No? Okay.
Nope. Yep. So, yeah, Dee Dee's the only one who's not really a real Kong. He just took the name.
He's an adopted son.
Yeah.
Or he married into the family. He married Dixie.
I didn't play this till late because I didn't have a Super Nintendo. I played mostly Donkey Kong because I was over my friend's house. Mm. So I didn't play Dixie. I say Dixie Kong. I didn't play Diddy's Conquest until my emulator on my computer, and it was fun. This game was fun as hell.
Yeah.
I mean, I can see why people liked it, and it's funny. I really played Dee Dee. I mean, the music from the game, I first heard it on Smash. Mm-hmm. You know, the underwater one, the music, and
I love that water.
That music is fucking
on Spotify
awesome.
The other day, actually.
Yeah, that music is freaking awesome. Like I like the re-edition that's on Smash Brothers, and I like the original one. I was like, man, there's some good ass music.
Yeah,
for a Super Nintendo game. Jesus, like they trying to compete with Sonic here. Trying to compete with Sonic for the music. So I still think Sonic for the 16-bit era, Sonic had the best music. I think they just knew how to. They jazzed it up. They got those Japanese jazz guys, and they hip. All right, what else we got here? 25 years ago, the Super Famicom came out. 16-bit update to the Famicom was released in Japan.
Ooh, man.
Their Super Nintendo. It's been 25 years, Dan. Wow.
Too old, Dominic. I'm too old.
I know. I still hate that name, Famicom. What the hell?
It was a family computer.
Yeah, that's why they changed it over here. So, also, it's been 25 years for the Super Mario World.
Yeah.
And it's been 25 years for the F-Zero.
Okay. F-Zero's all right. It's not my favorite thing.
I played that game. I mean, that looked for that time, man. When I played that game over at my friend's house, I was like, this game looks awesome. Making me jealous over here. Like, cause I got Sega Genesis. But we eventually, after they like 5 years later, I think we eventually got like the virtual racing game on Sega Genesis.
Yeah.
That was kind of fake virtual. It was good to me. Yeah, that if you gotta look it up, that virtual racing game. But yeah, F-Zero had what is it called, what's it called? Mode 16
7?
or something? It's Mode 7. Okay, that's what it is. All right. That Mode 7 thing, which they used that for Mario Kart also, I believe, that they make it seems like it's 3D. All right. And also, for the Genesis, 30 years ago in Japan, Castle of Illusion starring Mickey Mouse came out.
Oh, wow.
And that game, I mean, that's one of the most famous like Mickey Mouse games because, hey, we got a remake of it like almost recently, some years back. But yeah, I played this game. I don't know whose house it was, but I remember playing this game. I mean, I liked it, but I just couldn't get far. I was really good at video games.
Yeah.
But the Mickey Mouse game I got was Mickey Mania, like years later. But I played the emulator of Castle Illusion, and like, yeah, I do like it. It was definitely fun. I didn't beat it though, but now I kind of want to play that remastered version of that. But yeah, this was one of those famous Sega games that came out.
Yeah. I looked up real quick. I looked up that virtual racing game, and I'm like, man, these screenshots look clean as fuck for a Genesis. And apparently a Switch version of that game came out.
Oh. Yeah, because that was like, hey, this is all the polygons and shit like that.
I mean, even the old screenshots are pretty impressive for being old.
I was shocked. I was like, oh man, Sega Genesis, man, we really doing it. But they was like, yeah, we can't. We got to move on to the Sega Saturn.
Yeah.
Or, I don't know if that came out at the same time as the 32X. Something like that. Like, they tried to do that. What else we got here? Oh, yes. We're going to go back to 20 years again. Because these are two big games I want to talk about in the wrestling world. These are probably between, if you're doing two games, I know some people will put WrestleMania, but I think you should include SmackDown in it, at least SmackDown 2, which was the best version of SmackDown. Yeah. So you got WWF SmackDown 2, Know Your Role came out this week, 20 years ago, and you had No Mercy for the N64 come out 20 years ago. These are like probably some of the two best wrestling games up there. Like definitely No Mercy is definitely number one. SmackDown's gotta be, you gotta at least have it in your top five. You gotta at least have it in your top
five. I could probably put it in top five because there's only 4 Aki wrestling games that I played. I mean, there's like the Fire Pro stuff, but I wouldn't consider any of those.
Yeah, I was about to say Fire Pro. I didn't play them, so I'm sorry. Yeah. But wait, what's the other? Are the other games that you played are all in 64?
Yeah.
Yeah, shut up. No, but anyway, Know Your Role is definitely up there for me anyway as the top one. But I'll give it to No Mercy. I'll bow down to No Mercy. But I played the hell out of SmackDown 2.
Yeah.
But you can talk about No Mercy. You can talk about No Mercy.
Oh, it was glorious, Dominic. I remember just counting down the days until that game because, like, I had WrestleMania 2000. It was so cool. It had a black cartridge. I was very excited that No Mercy also came with a black cartridge. But seeing it again and again in like Nintendo Power and stuff, I'm like, oh, that's coming out. It's going to have backstage areas. It's going to have like, I don't remember if like 2000, I want to say 2000 had like ladder matches and stuff. But it also had like a really cool like single player. Like you give people the belts and you make up your own belts and you go through the storylines. And like there wasn't like a ton of story necessarily to it. But there would be guys that come out and are like, which
thanks
is
SmackDown
like,
for that.
Yeah. I mean, SmackDown definitely had, full on like.
The first SmackDown had that.
They had video stuff and, the models actually looked a lot more like the characters. And I'll definitely give them that. Like their presentation was a lot better. But No Mercy, just the gameplay for me is where it was at ever since WCW World Tour. Like I just love that stuff, and it hit perfectly. And just adding all the stuff, like going through tables and backstage stuff and all that, just the hardcore elements that kind of came along with the Attitude Era that they started to add back in there. It's just like, this is everything that I wanted that last game to be. So it was awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can agree with you with that. Now, see, the only place I played No Mercy was at school because there was a video game club, and they would play it. So I never could really get my hands on it. So when I try it out, I'm just learning at that moment. So I've never really got good at it. So
and that's kind of how it was for me with like SmackDown. Like I would go over a buddy's house and he would have it. But that, like, weren't the moves more like Mortal Kombat, like you were doing button combinations and stuff to kind of pull off moves?
It seemed like it wasn't that difficult.
No. Well, yeah, I mean, not like Mortal Kombat levels, but, you know, like you were doing different combinations, like up, down, B, or I guess circle or whatever. And that it threw me off being used to like the Aki stuff.
And, well, like that stuff, I just didn't know. Like, I never got my hands full. I mean, look, when I watched people play it, it looked really fun to watch. Though playing SmackDown, I was like, man, this game's faster. That's like, then when I watched that, it's like, man, this game's too slow. I mean, but some people did like the slowness, while some people did like the speed of SmackDown. So it was like really up to what you like. But then I noticed that is when you get 4 players playing, it's really slow.
Yeah.
See, also, I never played it single player No Mercy. That I don't know what that was until I think I saw somebody just playing by himself. I was like, oh, this game actually moves a little faster now. Say, oh, it's only because it's 4 people on the screen. That's why he does it. You're playing at the same time. He said, yeah. I said, oh.
And I think No Mercy, either No Mercy or WrestleMania is also when they added like the ref as a physical character, and you could attack them and stuff.
Yeah, I don't know if this WrestleMania, but I do remember doing that in No Mercy.
Yeah. I was like, finally, because it used to just be like that cartoon guy that would pop up in the corner and be like, 1, 2.
Yeah. So
it's like, now I can take it out on you.
And like with SmackDown 2, I mean, I just love the seasons, but I think it goes on forever. I don't know if it has an ending, honestly, because I was playing that, like going through years and years.
Yeah.
Playing. And I was like, darn, is this game ever going to end? That's like, is there even like an end to this? I was playing as a Rock and Mankind. I didn't ever create a wrestler. I just never cared to.
Yeah. For that's what reason, I loved. I loved creating a character, and I would always give them, there was this one like high kick to the head that you could give them as just like a strong move. It wasn't even like a finisher or anything that would TKO them pretty much. Like the first one would always draw blood, and then the second one, if you hit it, it would always just knock them out and you would win the game.
I mean, I did it the first time I played. I created a wrestler, and I don't know what I called him. I don't remember. But it just that's like, I just don't look good at like the other characters. I said, no, fuck it. I'm just going to be a Rock. I like the Rock. Yeah. I just want to do, I want to have a real care. I want to be one of these guys.
My character was always like the third Hardy Boy.
Oh, okay. And I just went through that. I love doing a rock bottom. Like I said, the presentation was great.
Yeah.
I hated that. It's like, oh, man, I wish they would talk. But then I mean, take it back. It's like, man, they had to get everybody to say these lines and shit. But, I guess, how they do it now? Do they have voices, or they still you have to read it?
Some of the stuff they have voices for, and it's very, like blankly read. And then I think most of it is kind of just text that you read.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. Like, to get people to do all these voices for that, it's going to be tough. They just treat it like a sport. You don't give voices of the. Well, actually, no, in NBA for the interviews they give voices, but it's the same fucking lines every fucking time. When they go for the interview, it's still to a point like, okay, I need you to shut the fuck up because I don't want to hear this. It's the same damn thing I heard like 50 games ago.
We went out there, it was a winning strategy. We executed it. It was awesome.
But yeah, I also like how people could interrupt matches. That was awesome. I think that was a SmackDown. See, I can't remember which one was in which one, but
I think they did fun. It in both. Like, eventually,
yeah.
Like in story mode in No Mercy, I think they could do that. Like, oh my God, Steve Blackman's coming down.
Yeah, both games was incredible. Like I don't feel like I didn't lose out by not having No Mercy. Like SmackDown, like I was like, good, I have this. I mean, I had N64, but No Mercy probably costs like a hell of a lot. And I think I bought SmackDown myself. Actually, did I? Yeah, I think I bought SmackDown. Yeah, I think I bought that myself. Because I got that used at GameStop. So I didn't get it when it first came out, but I eventually got it. And yeah, I really enjoyed the hell out of it. Like, it's like, okay, I got my wrestling game I can play while wrestling's not on. I'm happy. And I liked it. But that was it. I think that was the height of SmackDown. Like, I don't know. I mean, after Bring It On was the one that came on PlayStation 2.
Yeah.
I didn't like that one. I played it. I didn't enjoy it. Now, there probably was a better SmackDown after that, but that's why I jumped ship.
Yeah.
I jumped ship.
I know
after
people
that.
like SmackDown versus Raw. I think it's a highly acclaimed one as well. Maybe. I don't remember, because then they started doing like yearly ones for that, didn't they? Like there was a SmackDown versus Raw 2011 and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm not sure, because like even the on like GameCube, I was excited to see like WrestleMania 18, I think it was. It's like, oh man, it kind of uses that engine. You know, it still has like the strong grapples and the soft grapples and the strong strikes. But then they added other stuff that I kind of didn't like. And then it wasn't until like Def Jam Vendetta came out and it was like, okay, it's Def Jam rappers. Like, I'm into rap, but also it uses this engine and holy fuck, this is awesome. But it was also a lot more basic than No Mercy. Like, it was in a lot of ways a step back because it used all that classic stuff, but you didn't really have weapons. You didn't really go outside the ring much and stuff like that, which I enjoyed at the time.
But I didn't know this. Like, I didn't know about the sales of the games, but the SmackDown 2 was like the best-selling wrestling game on a single platform.
Nice.
And which, I mean, understandable because PlayStation was a bigger install base also than N64. And I mean, SmackDown was hot. I mean, that was it was still new, like as far as wrestling, like with The Rock and everything. This is like at the peak time of the Attitude Era.
Oh yeah,
and it was just awesome. It was an awesome time. It was an awesome time. All right, so I think that is it for the flashback.
One other one, Dominic. You texted me about it. We gotta talk about it. Banjo Tooie.
Shit, I didn't put it up here?
Oh, I didn't see it.
I didn't put that. Damn, I didn't put it up here. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Yes.
Banjo
Tooie came out 20 years ago.
Yeah, man.
And they even they celebrated on Microsoft. I think Rare said, hey, 20 years ago, Banjo Tooie came out.
Nice. Yeah, because you texted me about No Mercy first, and then you texted me about that, and I was like, oh yeah, because I remember like actively wanting both of those games at the same time, and I think I ended up getting No Mercy first and being like, okay, this is going to have more replayability. I'm going to play this and wait until, I get Banjo-Tooie at Christmas or something like that. But I was very excited for Banjo-Tooie. They added multiplayer in this one, even though I wasn't, like, I had a couple of people that I would play with, but I don't think I ended up playing much of the multiplayer in this. But there were things from the original game that's like, oh my goodness, they're continuing this thing. And it was just so cool because I loved the first Banjo-Kazooie game, and the fact that they were coming out with another one. It was like Super Mario 64 3 basically for me. And then that's why it was like, after that, the next one was Nuts and Bolts, and it was like, oh man, they're doing this whole different thing. And for so long I rejected that, and then I played Nuts and Bolts and I enjoyed it, but it still wasn't the same as Banjo-Tooie or Kazooie.
Yeah.
Banjo-Tooie,
Nuts and Bolts,
they made like the levels bigger and stuff, I think.
I wish it was Banjo Nuts and Bolts. I wish it was more platformer, because I really wanted to try that game out too. But when I saw it's like you got customized a card and everything, I just wasn't, and I wasn't in a mindset for that, something like that.
And luckily they do give you like presets, and it's like, oh, okay, with like 2 modifications, I can change this around to make it be able to be competitive in this race or this whatever stunt or something that you had to do. But yeah, in a lot of ways, it was more like a puzzly thing than it was about actually platforming and executing.
Yeah, Banjo-Kazooie was I looked at it and I liked it. Mm-hmm. I mean, I like what I saw and I like what I played when I played it at either like a Toys R Us or something, kiosk or Best Buy. But I don't know. I think I had limited choices of what to get, and I just decided that was the time I was more into PlayStation,
right,
than my N64. I think I did my N64 with Zelda. I think Ocarina of Time. I think that was the end of the line for the N64 for me. Mm. I don't know many games I got after that game, and so I think I focused more on PlayStation because of they were cheaper, and then my dad got that chip in there where I could get copy games. I was like, well, I'm getting more games out of here
yeah.
Than the N64, then I will get it from an N64 game. So I'll just keep asking for that. And I just stayed with the PlayStation. And I play N64 every once in a while. I'll be like, hey, I want to play some Mario 64. Or I want to play some Zelda because I haven't played that in years.
Yeah.
So I missed out on a lot of those games. Like Banjo-Kazooie I didn't bother with, or Conker, and Conker's Bad Fur Day.
Yeah, I mean, oddly enough for me, like even Conker was a little far out for me. Like it came so close to the end of the 64.
Talking about Bad Fur Day, right? Because first Conker was in the middle.
Was it? What was the first Conker? I don't remember the first Conker at all. I don't think I played that one at all. I think I thought that one
Conker's
was too
Bad Fur
cutesy
Day,
for me.
that came out the year the new systems were coming out, I believe.
Conker. I think I just completely forgot about old Conker.
That was a happy Conker before he started saying bad words.
Yeah, why can't I find... There we go, Conker series. Conker's Pocket Tales. Young Conker? What is that? That's not real. Okay, so there was Conker's Pocket Tale, which came out on the Game Boy Color in 99. And then Conker's Bad Fur Day was the only one on the 64.
What?
I think I think it started out as like Happy Conker, and then they turned it into Bad Fur Day. Yeah, here we go. This is from Wikipedia. In spring of 1998, Conker's Quest was renamed 12 Tales Conker 64 in 1998. Conker made his first debut in Conker Pocket Tales for the Game Boy Color. Before it finished development, the Conker team looked around at E3 of 1998, where there were many games that were quite similar or were the same. They realized that there was nothing special or unique about Conker, other than that it was just another cutesy platform like the others. After E3, Chris Sever came on board as designer. The first level, the Beehive, added machine guns shooting wasps, which Rare found funny, and kept going with this idea to be raunchy and different. After 2 more years of development, the game emerged as Bad Fur Day, which targeted adults rather than children with its mature content.
Oh, darn. I thought they came out with one, and it failed, and they changed it.
Yeah.
So that's what it was. I was just seeing a bunch of Conker, like the happy-looking Conker.
Yeah,
previews.
no, I definitely remember that stuff from like Nintendo Power and stuff. Now I remember. Yeah, they switched it over. Conker. They didn't come out with new Conker, Dominic. It's time. Oh, apparently Young Conker was a Microsoft HoloLens game.
That's probably a more kid-friendly Conker?
Yeah, it's like Young Sheldon. Ugh, that's a weird-looking Conker. He's like all skinny and he's got a huge head. That's weird.
All right, so is that it?
Yeah, that's it. Banjo-Tooie's good. It's available on the Xbox. Now I want to go back and play it. I need an Xbox Series X just so I can go back and play Banjo-Tooie.
What can you do in Banjo-Tooie that was different from what Banjo?
I think there were some new abilities and like new transformations and stuff, but I think mostly it was like the worlds were bigger that you entered and stuff like that. It was maybe more like open worldy than the first one.
Okay.
I think the worlds were like more interconnected and stuff.
All right, then I guess we'll take a break, and then when we get back, we get into the gaming news.
All right.
And we're back. Let's get into the gaming news. So what we got, Dan?
All right, Dominic, it's a new day. Yes, it is, because the New Day, WWE's New Day, Kofi, Xavier Woods, and Big E are, well, I guess Big E is sort of out of the New Day, but that's wrestling stuff. Anyway, they didn't turn heel or anything. They just separated them between the shows, which was an interesting choice.
But he's in the game, though, right?
Yes. So they are being added to Gears 5. So that's cool. Their models look very cool. Their suits of armor are very colorful, as the New Day's attire usually is. So they look great in there. This is all part of an Operation 5 update. They're also adding older characters like Ty and Anya and Scourge as skins to the multiplayer, as well as, I know, one of your favorites, Dominic, Dizzy.
Yes,
Cowboy
Dizzy
Hick
was great.
From space, I guess, technically.
Trump supporter.
Trump.
Yeah. I was joking.
Too true, Dominic. Too true. And along with that, they're also bringing back some older levels that people may be familiar with, like Gridlock and the River. So that's cool. I know the River is the one that we used to do Horde on a lot, if I recall correctly. Yes. Yeah, that was a cool level. And of course, Gridlock's the one with all the cars and stuff, right?
Yeah. I remember the Gridlock. Yeah. Gridlock's one of those. Yeah, it's one of the most famous ones.
Yeah. Definitely reminds me that this is a game that I need to get around to playing, in addition to all the other things we talked about.
I need to try some of these operations now, because I want to know what the hell they are. I never knew what they really were. And
another one of the updates, I was just telling you about this, but apparently they are separating out the characters from the classes in the PvE stuff. So now if you select a character, it's not tied to that specific class, so that's good if you want to be a certain skin.
That should never have been a thing.
Yeah, it definitely seems like that. I never like that kind of stuff where it's like, okay, you can have classes, but like, unless it's like a hero shooter kind of thing, like Overwatch, where like obviously this person does this. But when it's like basically just a generic character model and you're giving them different abilities, it doesn't seem necessary. So I think that's all cool. They're still updating that stuff. Of course, that comes alongside the stuff that we got last week with like the optimization for the new consoles and getting like 120 frames per second and whatnot. So one of these days, if we get those consoles, we'll get to see those things as well. And then also, Gabe
I don't know
Diaz.
about 120 frames per second though.
Yeah, no. Yeah. Then we're talking about, new TVs too. Yeah.
But I want them to bring back the mansion.
Yeah.
I love the mansion.
Yeah.
It just reminds me of the time it was Chainsaw Mansion when everybody was just chainsawing. That was beautiful. And then somebody tried to go with a shotgun and he got chainsaw. Say, nope, you're in the wrong place. Yeah. This is not the time for shotguns. It's time for chainsaws.
It's fucking people in their shotguns ruining our parties.
Yeah. Oh man, that guy played that game so wrong. I just couldn't play it the way it's supposed to be played. I guess I was not into the shotgun thing.
No, I mean you don't put a gun in there as cool as a freaking chainsaw gun, and then not expect me to want to rev that thing up and try and chop people in half.
Yeah,
it's not right. It's not right. And the nice thing about the mansion is that there was all that furniture around where you could at least chop that up.
Yeah.
Even though people would just shoot you in the back with a shotgun while you're doing that. So, yeah. Good times. Gears. It's been a long time, Gears. I need to come back to you. In some other news, Dominic, we got Cyberpunk 2077 news. We talked about previously how that's been delayed. Now we're learning that it's going to be coming on 2 different discs on the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox One. So that means that game's going to be huge, Dominic. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it sounds like that you can't be contained in one disc. There's a lot there.
I just hope it's not the Mass Effect situation where I had to switch the disc back.
Yeah, that
on the Xbox 360.
That gets messy. Yeah, that's the problem, right? Is like in an open world game like that, then yeah, like how do you do that stuff? Do you put the entire city on both discs and then have like story elements and video stuff on each, or what do you do there? Yeah.
Hold up. Grand Theft Auto Vice City. Wasn't that 2 disc?
Vice City? I don't recall.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't think it was.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean,
No,
I
wasn't.
So
I'm trying to think, but there was it wasn't Grand Theft. No, it was 5 was. But I think 5 you load the game up from the other disc. And you then 5 for 360 was 2 disc.
Okay.
You had to load the game.
Oh yeah, I remember everybody being like, "Oh, PlayStation is not, we've got Blu-rays.
Yeah.
You can't do that."
But you don't have to keep using. You don't have to put that disc back in. You just have to use. Yeah, you just load the file on your hard drive.
Hopefully that's the case with this, especially because like most of those games install off of the disc anyway. And I know they were saying the PlayStation 4 version at least required like 70 gigs of free storage. So I would have to think that's what they're going to do with it. I mean, if you have that ability to do that on your console, it just makes more sense to.
Yeah, because they were just reading off disc. You were just reading off the disc at that at that point. That's the reason why it was like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't think it's. Yeah, it shouldn't be you switching back and forth. Yeah. It's definitely. It wouldn't make sense to now. Now I think about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a huge game.
Yeah.
Was there any other game this generation that was 2 disc?
Not that I recall. No. That's why it was such a shock to me. I was like, wait a second, 2 discs? What are we doing?
But you know what?
2020.
I think technically maybe some games would have been 2 discs. They just said this is a big pass patch.
I was going to say maybe it's like, here, you can download 90% of this. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what? That shouldn't be a thing because unless it's an online only game, that shouldn't be a thing because the person doesn't have online, like Call of Duty, they're gonna have an unfinished game. They're gonna have an unfinished game. Yeah. I mean, the only thing is patches. They have big ass patches that come through. So yeah, so there really is no. There might be no other game that's been 2 discs. This is look, the last game of this generation. It's 2 disc. That's crazy. Well, not the last game, but one of the last games. One of the last big games of this generation, I should say. And some other news, Dominic. Right now, if you pre-order Cyberpunk 2077 on Google Stadia, I think it's $50 instead of $60. I think there's a $10 discount there. Or is it $60 instead of $70 for what you would be getting? But you get... I forgot what the price was. Yeah, but you get a Google Stadia controller as well as a Chromecast Ultra. So you get like that premiere pack that they were selling originally for Stadia. If you're in Stadia, then where was I going with that? If you already pre-ordered, I know you've already pre-ordered before this deal, you'll get Stadium Premium for free. They'll email you. Yeah. So, if you're into Stadia, then I think that's where I was going with it. Like if you're into Stadia and you believe that it's, going to stick around, then that's a pretty cool deal. I'm still just not committed to Google being committed to it in that way. And especially when we have options like GeForce Now, which we've talked about it in excess, like it just seems like the better option because I own that game and then I'm paying for access to their servers to play my game instead of
not owning that game and not having access to the servers, you know.
So GeForce Now, like I said, it's still with that waiting line thing.
Yeah.
I'm worried about.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, because I haven't seen that in practice, right? Is like that's the thing. It doesn't seem like I haven't seen a lot of people talking about GeForce Now, period. But yeah, that would be the thing for me is like, oh, like how long is it going to take for me to get back into my game? Like I was in a heated gaming moment right now, Dominic, and you cut me off and you can't just get back in, or like if I pay a premium, do I get back in?
If you pay for that premium, I think you pay for the premium, you get access to, I think it's still a certain amount of hours, right?
Yeah,
it's
I think it's
unlimited.
like 6 though. Like it's like 2 versus 6 or something like that.
See, I just don't want no limit.
Yeah.
And that's the issue. That's the issue.
Yeah, we'll see. But also like with Amazon Luna being around now, like I could see that ending up being just a thing that's tacked on to Amazon Prime at some point, because that's kind of how Google does things, or Amazon does things. You don't see them cancel a lot of services in the same way that you do Google. You know, they have enough money to just kind of throw around, so it doesn't really matter to them. Google does too, but for whatever reason, they just, I don't know. They don't like having the risk out there.
Yeah, because the Google Glasses, is that still going to be becoming a big thing?
They discontinued those a while ago, when they might be working on a new version, but I haven't really heard anything about it recently. I think there was like a level of creep factor that people didn't like, but there are Alexa glasses, and I don't think they do like the screen stuff, but I think they have like Alexa stuff built in or something like that. I just saw that the other day. I was like, oh, okay, I guess. So yeah, that's interesting.
Just gotta have it when you get to the bathroom, so shop or like public showers to say like, you gotta take
like
the glasses
geofencing
off.
Or something like that.
Even if you wear regular glasses, you say nope. You just gotta be safe. Better be safe than sorry.
Every bathroom should just be like a Faraday cage, and like there's no information going out. Like you can't. Yeah, or we just need to be more free, Dominic. Just let people record in the bathroom. It's fine. Yeah. It's making sure you're safe. You know, there's video evidence. Nothing's happening in there. Nothing untoward is happening. Yeah. So also Cyberpunk 2077, there was a video that they put out this past week showing the Xbox One version of this game running versus the Xbox Series X version. In the video, and maybe part of it was because it's just a 1080p stream, I wasn't seeing much of a difference. The Series X version maybe looks a little bit sharper, but the One X version looks fine. Yeah.
Yeah, the One X version did look fine, but I think it looked a little blurry. Not blurry, but I forget, like kind of that fuzzy kind of look, like when I play like a game versus a PC than on my Xbox One or something. While the Series X looked a little sharp, like you said, sharper. So, but like you said, One X looked fine. I'm very curious of what the original systems look like, the PS4 and the Xbox One, because that's what I got. So just in case I do want to get it on those systems, will it be just run so bad that like, oh my god, this is shit. Why did you even try this? Like, what would that be? And I have people telling people like me that I should have had the One X or the PS4 Pro by now.
Rude.
You know? Yeah. But that's what they say, Dad. They say we should have had it. These freaking 16-year-old kids who parents bought their damn systems telling me I should have had one by now.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're probably not wrong, Dom. Probably not. You got a less than 1-year-old yelling at you right now about not owning one of these systems. Yelling at me too, apparently. She's like, I want that new Xbox. I'm like, calm down. I wanted a PlayStation. That's why we can't get either, because now your mom's mad at us. All right, Dominic, in some other news, we got a new Grand Theft Auto online heist. It's going to be a solo player heist as well as multiplayer.
But why does it be online?
Exactly, yeah. And it's going to come with a new area, too. And it's coming out very soon, like December 15th. But, yeah, like, why everybody was excited, like, hoping it was going to be Grand Theft Auto 6. And, like, it's more content, and that's cool, but it's still tied to the MMO stuff that I don't really like and have any interest in getting myself involved in.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't mind doing a solo heist. I just wish it was like a really original, like a single player DLC.
Yeah,
that's what I wish it was, because I would try it. I would definitely try it. But I'll probably still try it anyway. I'll probably still try this anyway. But man, it takes forever to get online on Grand Theft Auto.
Oh,
yes, and that's what my friend keep saying. Like, I don't care about all this quick resume stuff until I see somebody do Grand Theft Auto. I still haven't seen Grand Theft Auto.
No, I haven't either.
Yeah. And you know, what's going on? So PlayStation, remember they said that 4 was going to be free? That's free, right? On PlayStation 5?
Yeah, how was that? Isn't it? It's free,
the online
but it's
is
coming
free?
next. Yeah, the online is free, and then there's a upgraded version of the entire game that's coming out next year, right?
Yeah, I thought it was.
But yeah, I haven't heard anybody say about that. Yeah, wasn't that supposed to be at launch? It was free.
Yeah.
Let's see. Like Grand Theft Auto 5 on PS5, fast online and single player loading.
Oh, there we go. I gotta look for that.
Rockstar Games brings several updates. That's from October. Like, I'm not seeing anything recent. Because, yeah, I thought they were just making that available to people immediately, like at launch. Confirm that PS5 or Grand Theft Auto 5 is coming to PS5. Yeah, I don't know. It's not finding any good information, Dominic. But yeah, I could have sworn that's what it was.
Yeah, tell your wife to let you buy a PS5 so you can test out Grand Theft Auto.
All right, I will try that argument. This 7-year-old game, I gotta try it out and see if it works.
Then you go sell it for like $1,000.
Exactly. I gotta find one first. That's the problem. Yeah. All right, Dominic. Yeah. So I'm interested in seeing what that ends up being and see what people have to say about that. Because like I wouldn't mind playing some new Grand Theft Auto content, but why does it have to be online? Like what is me being in this heist have to do with any of that online portion of it?
Because they want you to buy, you get some money to put to your online account.
I don't care if I look like a lame loser in a beat up ass car. I just want to be able to play the game.
Those kids will make fun of you, Daniel, and then you're going to feel all depressed when you go to work.
That's the problem. Like, I want to play in a like separate place that doesn't have those kids around me, and then it'll be all right. All right.
Just like my friend was called Brown Shirt in basketball because he got the basic brown shirt and just like brown. Because I guess since I got his account, I get messages and he don't erase his messages. So I remember him telling me about this stuff. And the kid said, the message said, got like brown shirt, your new brown shirt noob or something like that.
Wow. Children are so cruel, Dominic.
Yeah, I know.
I was a 6-year-old man. He was like, you brown shirt noob. Back in my day, we had all Nike shirts.
Yeah.
Oh, no. All right, Dominic. Some other news. IO Interactive, the guys behind the Hitman games, they are working on a new James Bond game, 007 game. And it's apparently going to follow an original origin story of Bond. Do I need an origin story for that? I don't know, but that sounds like a cool team up like that. Those are developers that are kind of fitting for that property, I think.
Yes, it definitely is. I was not really good at the Bond on N64 game story because it had stealth, and I was not good at stealth. So I never got. When it was the shooting, I was good, but when it did the stealth missions, oh man, I was bad. But you know what, the Hitman series, the stealth is actually pretty good in that. I like it. So I'm definitely curious. This is definitely on my radar to see what they do with this license and what they do with this game. Yeah, I hope it's a really good game. Like this ain't going to be no 007 type of game, you know. I mean, I doubt it, but it should be probably more along what Hitman is. And but like I said, like you said, with the series of Hitman, that I can see the 007 universe in that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so I'm interested in that. Apparently, Doom Eternal, which has not yet released on the Switch, there's been talk of that for a long time, ever since they announced that game. They said it was coming to the Switch. Apparently, people's pre-orders were getting canceled for their physical copies. As it turns out now, there's only going to be a digital release of that game. Honestly, like, I don't even know why they're going to so much work to actually release this game on the Switch when you could do something like Control, where you're basically streaming it. I think you would probably get a better
And what was that
Doom
thing Bethesda was
experience there.
doing? Maybe they canceled that. Remember that project talking about how something for streams?
Yeah,
for game
I
streaming?
never understood how that worked. Like, if it was,
I don't know what the hell that
supposed
was
to be
either.
like a back end thing that other companies were supposed to use. Because, like,
Is that what Xbox is using for xCloud?
maybe. I know they said they were like teaming up with Ubisoft to do that stuff, and I haven't heard a single thing about that ever since. And yeah, now that Bethesda is owned by, or will be owned by Microsoft, like, is that still going to work that way? Or could Sony get that technology? I mean, I'm sure they could, because they're like teaming up with Microsoft for the Azure server stuff, right? Aren't they? Mm-hmm. Something like that. So yeah, I mean, obviously Microsoft is open to making more money any way, shape, or form, which actually leads us into the next story pretty easily. There was an interview out there with one of the guys from Microsoft. I can't remember who it was now. And they asked them, you know, are we going to see stuff become exclusive from Bethesda for the Xbox? You know, are we going to see you drop support for the PlayStation and the Nintendo console? And he basically said, like, no, we're going to continue supporting them, but the best version, or the first place you're going to play it, is on a Xbox console. And I think that's smart for them. You get those people that are going to buy the thing at launch, and you kind of try and motivate them to buy it on the Xbox. But you also get those sales from the other consoles when it's available there. Cause
wait a minute, I didn't get that. I got it that he wasn't really giving a straight answer of if they're going to come out on the other consoles.
Okay. I guess I just read it in a completely different way.
Yeah, they're like he wasn't giving a straight answer, really. I mean, he gave it that, like, the current stuff is, they were not taking anything away, but like looking down the future, would they bring stuff over? Like it's like almost like, will we see? It's not no guarantee. He didn't really guaranteed anything. Yeah, that these things will come on other consoles.
That is the correct way to read that, Dominic, because when in doubt, anyone in a corporation is never going to give you a straight answer about a question you're asking.
So I don't know. I mean, it could be, but then, like, right now, I don't think he definitely doesn't want to give a guarantee first, because it's not even, the deal hasn't gone officially through yet, too.
Yeah.
I mean, so that's one reason, and and maybe I don't know if they do have a plan, but I know this, that, I think games would have to at the least be timed exclusive, or at least say you got it on Game Pass, where, hey, you can play it free on Game, well, sort of free on Game Pass compared to just paying $60 or $70.
And that, to me, is kind of an incentive, just being able to know that this game I can play on my Xbox or PC as part of Game Pass, which I'm already paying into, as opposed to having to make a separate purchase on a PlayStation 4. I think that's a good incentive. Yeah. But also gives people the ability to play it on the PlayStation if that's the only console they have and where they want to play it.
Yeah, and I think, like one person said, that I don't know if Microsoft paying this much money, is it a big loss for them to not be on PlayStation? Because, like, World of Warcraft is never on anything else
Yeah.
but a PC. But they seem to be doing okay. They still make money. They still make money. They make so much money.
But think of how much more money they could be making if they were on other stuff.
Yeah, but maybe it's not about that. I mean, it's about money, but it's like also keeping up the server. I mean, maybe they say, hey, we got a customer base and it's fine now. It's fine or whatever it was. And yeah, I mean, I think if World of Warcraft had came out at a different time, because the online structure of consoles wasn't there, yet when it first came out.
Absolutely.
And when it first came out, I mean, they probably could have eventually brought it over to 360 and PS3 or something like that. At least 360
see
anyway.
Like Final Fantasy seemingly succeed.
Yeah. But they don't. And also, you don't see StarCraft or...
Hey man, StarCraft 64 was perfect.
Yeah. You don't see... you saw... Yeah, they try to do it on Nintendo, but they never brought it over to these systems. They didn't see StarCraft 2 on these other systems. The only game they brought over was Diablo, really. Diablo, Overwatch, I mean, and... games that they didn't bring Hearthstone. Hearthstone is not even on the consoles.
Yeah, which is... I mean, it seems kind of crazy, but at the same time, you look at like Gwent, which did come out on the consoles, and they pretty quickly just kind of gave up on it.
But I don't know how. Like, I don't know. I just don't know how many people knew about Gwent. Like, I mean, how they get out there? I almost feel like Hearthstone would have been known. I don't know. I mean, I think Blizzard would have.
They are on the phones and tablets and stuff, though. So I think that's. If you're going to prioritize something, I would definitely prioritize those two platforms over the consoles.
Yeah, that's probably better.
A better way to experience those games.
Yeah, they should come to a Switch. But I don't know. Like Bethesda, like Microsoft paying Bethesda this money. Yeah, you could say, hey, they want to still get money from the PlayStation install base.
Yeah,
but they also want to create. You also want to create incentives to play on yours. Yeah, also,
absolutely.
It's like I don't. For me personally, like if I just take somewhat the money out of it and just say, look, I want to get my install base even bigger.
Yeah,
I would say, fuck it, you're not getting it, and you're not getting this these games. Like you got PlayStation's buying again these third party exclusives, like especially from Japan.
Yeah,
like they're getting all of them, and people like those games on Xbox. So I'm saying, well, we're going to keep this. Like, we might as well go to your next thing with Jim Ryan. Talking about like he talked about the Game Pass. Like he's created a competitor to Game Pass, but he also said in a statement related to this that he's waiting to really find out if these games are going to come to the console.
Yeah.
And I'll say that Xbox could be saying they're waiting to see if Final Fantasy is ever going to come. Final Fantasy 16 is ever going to come over.
Right.
Because right now that's exclusive. So I'm like, I would just hold out too. I'll say, nah. I'll say it's exclusive. I mean, they want to do some compromise or something. I'll be like, well.
That's what I was going to say. I want Microsoft to leverage their ownership of Bethesda and say like, hey, we'll bring these games if you let us put Game Pass on on your platform or something like that.
Like, look at Final Fantasy VII. When's that coming to Xbox? Or if it is any. We know it's coming to PC probably eventually.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's coming to Xbox.
Yeah, we'll see. I wonder if all this coronavirus stuff is gonna delay that, because there was a lot of speculation that we would basically see it like a year and a day away from when that game released, and we're quickly coming up on that time.
So here's the thing: like it's bad. Exclusives are bad, but that's the game. Until someone stops playing, or they both stop playing, that's the game.
Yeah.
And I think as a company owner, I wouldn't bother. I mean, yeah, just you can sales, but I would put like this. It would be no date. I would time it. I would just have a personal time. It wouldn't be a time and nobody knows. I'll be like, look, we're holding off. We're not selling it up here. We have no plans. Now, as time goes on, I'll see how the sales are. Maybe I bring it eventually on the PlayStation, but it won't be a thing I would put into, like, I wouldn't be a time thing that they would know about. Like, they ain't gonna know when I'm gonna allow it.
Exactly. In 6 months, we'll release this. It's more when sales start to slump a little bit, we'll re-release
exactly.
it. Yeah, I could see that.
I mean, I think you have to play the game. I mean, I think they don't have to, but I mean, I would probably also like to. It's like I dislike seeing that. I mean, I just wish Sony, but as long as Sony keep having the exclusives, they're probably exclusives. I think Microsoft has to do something like that.
Yeah,
I feel like they have to do something to make it. I mean, Game Pass is good, but then you gotta say, hey, you only can play this game over here, and you can play it on Game Pass. Because if Sony get there, well, you come up with this news right here. You might as well get into it.
Yeah. Yeah. So, as you said, Jim Ryan, the CEO of Sony Interactive Entertainment, basically said, in relation to someone asking about a Game Pass competitor, that there is news to come, but it's just not today that he has the news. So, yeah, I mean, I feel like if Microsoft is actually making money off of this service, which it sounds like they are, then Sony definitely needs to look at that and assess whether that's a good plan for them as well. And, we already know it's a good plan for consumers, at least as it stands right now. I mean, we could end up in a world where everyone has their own streaming service and their own Game Pass equivalent Netflix library like you do now with video, where you have Netflix and you have Hulu and you have Disney Plus and you have HBO Max and you have Peacock and you have this, that, and the other thing, where it's like, what the hell's going on? But right now, like, Game Pass is excellent.
Like, so they're going to get Game Pass competitor. So what is PlayStation Now?
PlayStation Now would I guess be like the Project X Cloud competition, except I feel like a large portion of their library is older games.
Yeah, some games can be downloaded now.
Oh, yeah, they made some of the more recent ones downloadable, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just want to know, like, what... So I guess they're going to... I don't know. Is that still going to be around, or they're going to kind of just meld it?
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense to have that around. And
I mean, I think the PlayStation Now branding is pretty good, so I could see them using that. The only problem with it is nobody knows it really exists.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Like, why not just have this PlayStation Now and just make it so that you can download these games or you can stream them, and a competitive price to Game Pass. And now we're going to finally, because it seems like he didn't want to put out those games early on, the PlayStation exclusives, because he said something about we want our exclusives to be pure, so we want them just to launch on the PS Now or something equivalent to that. Which I'm thinking, like, whatever, that's bullshit. It's like it's not unpure to launch on a streaming service. Like it doesn't make it less for the consumer.
Yeah,
to have it available. Like maybe for you, maybe it does, but not for the consumer. It's a good game. It's a great game, and it just play it this way. So maybe they can make it so that they're there sooner or like than before. You gotta make it an incentive, because just I mean, I don't know why. I mean, like you said, if Microsoft's making money, maybe they can make money by having theirs come day and date also on the service. Yeah. I don't know, or maybe. But what he said is not financially viable for them, so maybe it's not. But I'm just hoping that the window could be a little sooner. Like, these games drop to $20 quick, man. Like even the PlayStation exclusives. You look at their exclusives and like. Look at how fast they dropped to $20.
We're seeing like Ghost of Tsushima, I want to say, for like $25 on Black Friday, and that just came out, Same with Last of Us 2.
I'm thinking, like, between that window, it can be on PS Now, and they can be paying monthly for a service. Another service, plus the PlayStation Plus they're probably paying for, which is that yearly service, or whatever, how they're paying for it. I mean... Yeah, I feel like, they can at least make the window closer for those first-party games. But, I mean, I would want Sony to be a competitor in that way. to have something equivalent to Game Pass. Because then, hey, it'd probably be cheaper for me to buy both services,
Right?
you know, and just like, hey, I'll just play those games on there.
Yeah,
Be a few I'll buy a year. But yeah, but like back to the Bethesda thing, I don't like the exclusive. No, I don't want it to be exclusive, like the third party titles exclusive to a system. But if they're playing this game, like they gotta do it.
yeah,
You know, you gotta do it. I mean, it's been happening. I mean, it's been going on for like forever. I mean, you think about like what was it, like the original Nintendo? They had games like they had to be a certain license, like they had the terms license, and you can't come on any other console, like this game, something like that. So it's been going on forever. It sucks, but until they stop, man, that's what you gotta do. You can't just be like. I think Microsoft, they probably have to do something a little anti-consumer and be like, look, we got to make people,
put a Kinect
some more people
in every
stay on our
box.
platform. What'd you say?
Like put a Kinect in every box.
Not that kind of time. I mean, they got to say, like, look, we're going to keep these Bethesda games all locked door. I mean, or PC. Like, still come to PC. But, like, you want to play on another platform, it's going to be the Xbox. I mean, because look at Sony. Before this, they had Deathloop. Before they bought the Bethesda, they had Deathloop. They had Final Fantasy 16.
Tokyo Ghostwire Tokyo.
Yeah, that's from Bethesda. So it's not like at that point I can't blame Microsoft for pulling something. I mean, these companies are doing that. They're doing it. They're both doing that. It both sucks that they're doing that. I wish they wouldn't, but. I mean, they got to make that's the business, right? It is the business. So it can't be. I mean, I can't control it.
Yeah.
I mean, it also gives you a incentive to get each console too. Right. I mean, it gives you incentive. So there you go. Now, with all this news, you know, we don't really talking about. I mean, except for the Doom not coming to Switch. I mean, only digital. But what's going on with like Nintendo?
What is?
I mean, we got a game that just came out. But other than that, what's going on?
Absolutely nothing right now. It seems like, you know, like you said, you got the game that came out this week, but it sounds like it's going to be pretty quiet through the rest of the year unless they pop up with a Nintendo Direct or two, you know, in the next couple of months.
It feels like it's a calm before the storm that they're going to announce a new console.
It unfortunately kind of does. I don't know, Dominic. I'm not ready to buy a new Switch. I mean, obviously, I would get some pushback from people in my family if I were to look into getting a new Switch, and I just hope that the things that I'm looking forward to are playable on the Switch that I have and will continue to be playable.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping.
A while.
Because I'm thinking, like, I'm looking at the Xbox Series X and PS5, and if a new Switch come along, I'm like, I wasn't ready for that. That'll be at the same time.
No, especially for me. And then it's like, I'm looking at like, oh, there's all these TVs on sale on Black Friday, like 4K, UHD, HDR, especially because I'm hearing like all the people talk about like HDR looks incredible on these games. And it's like, I don't have anything that has HDR. But then there's like, oh, do you pay like a premium for something with HDMI 2.1, so you're maybe future-proofing it a little bit, and you can play PlayStation games at 4K in 120 if anything does that. Because then you have to worry about it. Is it native 120, right now, or is it that messy stuff?
PlayStation 5, does that support? I mean,
it does, but I don't think there are many games. Like I think Devil May Cry is one that does.
No games. It supports it, but it's like there's really no games doing it.
So. Yeah, because, I mean, like, there are some ridiculous deals out there where it's like, here's a 75-inch 4K television that is, like, $300. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, You can get something that big at 4K and it has HDR stuff. And again, it's probably not the best HDR stuff, but it doesn't have like HDMI 2.1 and things like that.
But I don't know. I mean, that'll be good enough for me, man, probably.
And that's the thing, right? Is like, it's better than what I have right now. And yeah, I don't know. But at the same time, I don't want to see myself in like 2 years going like, oh man, I want that new thing. But at the same time, like I'm looking at like Jeff Gerstmann on Giant Bomb, like he's got an OLED TV, one of the like ones that everybody was raving about like a year or two, I want to say like 2 years ago. But it also doesn't support HDMI 2.1. So he's like, oh man, do I need to buy a new television? And obviously he's in a different position than us where he's maybe more willing to actually do that. But like, I don't want to then be in like a year from now going like, oh man, I bought this cheap thing and it was great at the time. But now like I'm looking at spending an additional however much to actually get like a more top of the line television. And the reality of it for me is like, I'm not even watching that much television anymore. Like we watch stuff on streaming stuff from time to time. And right now my PS4, which I'm playing more than my Xbox, is hooked up to my computer. So like, you know, how much use am I going to get out of it? Like obviously if I bought a new TV, I would make myself use it. You know, I would hook up all the consoles to it and, you know, that would be where I'm playing things. But yeah, I don't know. It's a lot of money to shell out. And then you throw a Switch in there too. And, you know, the incentive of, hey, this is definitely the only place you're going to be able to play Nintendo games. And, oh, we're still working on Metroid Prime 4. Like, hey, think about it. Also,
yeah, that's only going to be played on a new Switch.
Exactly. And also, here's Switch. The Metroid Prime collection that we've been rumored to be making for years and years and years now. So, yeah, I don't know. Also, Metroid Other M remaster. Here you go. I don't know, Dominic. I just want them to use my idea and let me play. Well, actually, there's the 3DS one. There was a rumor like a couple of weeks ago of that one, the Metroid 2 remake, coming to the Switch because like some piece of merch used it as like a thing on a backdrop on a thing, and it turned out to not be a thing. But
okay.
That would be nice, but at the same time, like we've talked about it, like I just give me a 3DS or a DS emulator on my Switch, turn the little screen sideways, and make an official thing so you can kill that one company that stole my idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. We'll see, Dominic. Could potentially get very messy financially in the coming months if Nintendo's out there trying to put out new consoles for other people, because I probably just would not end up getting one. So, yeah, we'll see. What do you think, Dominic? Over under on Nintendo having a direct with something substantial by the end of the year?
Over. I'm going to say it's over.
Yeah.
I think they're going to squeeze something out before the end of the year.
I could see it. They're just gonna come out and be like, oh yeah, all those things that we said are gonna be on a time limit, they're not on a time limit anymore. There you go.
What about Smash? Smash still has some more characters, right? To give the show.
Yeah. There's some spots open.
Yeah. So maybe we'll see that.
Speaking of Smash, there was a tournament there that was gonna happen, but Nintendo sent them a cease and desist because they're using like a modded version of the game.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Slippy. Apparently, yeah.
Because that's all I see on Nintendo's Twitter page now is people saying, right, like, let us play Melee, free Melee, free Melee. That's all I'm seeing.
I mean, Nintendo's very sanctimonious about their games. Like, I get why they do it, but at the same time, it's like, oh man, come on. These are just seemingly some people that just want to enjoy your game and are trying to do it safely in the confines of their home.
A game that, you're not going to update it anymore.
Yeah.
You can't update it. You can't even update it. It was never online. And then you don't even let us rebuy it. So what the hell?
Yeah. Nintendo, Dominic. Nintendo being Nintendo. All right.
All
you
right.
got anything else before we get into the big news, Dominic?
Nothing big. I know my friend's been playing that new Pokemon, expansion. I forgot which one he had though. I forgot. I think which one
I think
do you
both
have?
are out now.
No, but I'm saying which one did you have?
Oh, I have Shield.
Maybe he has Shield.
I don't remember because I think I was
forget
gonna
which
get
one.
Sword, but then Brooks had Sword, so I was like, "Oh, I'll get Shield because you've already got that one."
Did you trade Pokemon?
We never actually did end up trading Pokemon, but there were some ones that he had requested that I get for him, and then I think we both kind of fell off playing the game.
Oh. But yeah, he's playing that. Yeah, he's been playing that expansion. I think he said he liked it.
Okay.
But oh darn, I forgot what he said. I'm going to ask him more about the game before I can talk. At least have something to talk about. But yeah, he's been playing that. He's been playing a lot of that though, and he said he enjoyed it so far. He liked the new Pokemon and some of the old ones they brought back.
Cool.
And he says it's like they really make it hard to catch the older ones.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He say it seemed like they make even when he get them down in health, they seem to be hard to catch them in those balls. And he said it's pretty. I was asking, is it pointless just to get the regular Pokeball? I said, yeah, it's basically pointless to even buy those. I was like, darn, man. So what's the point of even having them in there?
Exactly.
But yeah, he said he's liking it. But other than that, no, I have nothing else.
All right, Dominic. Now we got the big news this week. The Jeff Keighley's, the Game Award nominations have been announced for this year. And of course, we got some big ones. We'll start with the Best Debut Game category and go from there. On that list, we got Carrion, Mortal Shell, Raji and Ancient Epic, Roki, and Phasmophobia. What do you think, Dominic? I am only familiar with, I think, 3 or 4 of these. I don't know what Roki is.
Debut game. I mean, Fall Guys.
Fall Guys is not good enough.
What's this here? Because we look at the Washington Post page. It says streamers are failing at Fall Guys and succeeding on Twitch.
I would guess it's just another
I'm
article
guessing they
where
talk
they're
about how they're
talking about
losing.
Yeah,
They're losing, but they still because it's so random.
fun.
The game. Yeah, it's just a random game that you can't really. I don't think it's like I get good at this shit. But it's because some things are team based, so you can't control what happens.
Yep. Exactly.
But Carrion is the only game I played.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only game I ever played, so that has to win because I played it and I didn't play anything else.
It's got your seal of approval.
Mortal Shell, none of these games have a Phasmophobia. I thought that said Connect game. I was like, what? It's a Connected Games. But that's the developer.
Yeah.
But Phasmophobia is the only one I ever seen. I mean, I've probably seen all of them. I can't put them
Yeah, Raji was
head.
the one is it set in India that we were talking about from the Nintendo Direct a couple of months ago.
Oh, okay. I was saying Kamala Harris game. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Is that the one I was saying, Kamala Harris game?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Mortal Shell I had seen on the Epic Store, but I don't know what it actually is. I think it's like a third-person action. Apparently it's an action RPG kind of thing. And then Roki, I'm not sure about it all. Let me see. Roki video game. Oh,
man, I hear your daughter screaming back there. What's going on?
Yeah, she is not happy. I think my wife is changing her diaper, and she is waiting for a bottle. Because it wasn't, the last break was the last time she ate, so it's been a little while. Yeah, Raji has a good look to it. I don't recall if we've ever talked about this previously, though. But it looks cute. It is apparently according to Steam, you rediscover magic and chart your adventure through this forgotten northern world of mystery and monsters. Find your courage, discover hidden paths, solve ancient puzzles, and travel deeper through the icy land to learn the truth. That is a game I would totally love to see on Game Pass so I could play it for no additional cost. So, Yeah, it sounds like there's a pretty good selection of games here.
Even what Spirit Bringer, I guess it is called. That didn't
Spirit
make
Fair,
the list.
yeah.
No, not Spirit Fair.
Not Spirit. The
Scourge Bringer or something.
Yes.
Scourge Bringer.
Yeah, Scourge Bringer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe Spirit Fair. Yeah, that too. but Scourge Bringer, yeah, that's the one. I thought that would be.
I wonder if best debut game is more for the company than it is actually the game. So this is
their first game.
That's what I'm thinking. Maybe that's why it's this list.
Gotcha. Okay, now it makes more sense.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Because I know we see some of those other games that you mentioned on those lists, on like the best indies and stuff list. Yeah, so that makes sense. All right, best multiplayer, Dominic. We got Animal Crossing: New Horizons, Among Us, Call of Duty Warzone, Fall Guys, Ultimate Knockout, and Valorant. Or Valorant.
Valorant. Yeah, that Valorant. That's the Overwatch guy. I mean, Overwatch kind of clone-ish game.
Yeah.
From Riot. Yeah. So the only games I played, I played Among Us, Call of Duty Warzone, very little of that, and Fall Guys. So I don't know who I should win. I mean, out of those three games that I played, I would say Fall Guys.
Yeah.
But
like I'm leaning towards Fall Guys, but Among Us seems like such a big thing right now that I could see that winning. The other ones I don't really see having a chance. Like Valorant, people aren't really talking about in that way. Call of Duty Warzone.
Still on top one on Twitch streams.
Is it? Is it one of the top ones still? Okay,
yeah.
Maybe I'm probably confusing that with Hyperscape.
Yeah,
Hyperscape.
Hyperspace is very low.
Yeah. So, yeah, we'll see how that goes. Best sports and racing game, which I still think is such an
I think your other game you could be confusing with this. I don't want to say confusing with, but it was a game I heard about. It was
the Rogue Ops.
Yeah,
or whatever.
Rogue something.
I don't think so because I didn't know that game existed until you mentioned it to me last week. I was like, it's free on the Nintendo Switch. That's fun.
Rogue Company.
Yeah. I never, that I can remember. I wasn't aware that was even a thing that ever came out.
High Res Studios published it. First Watch
What
Games.
did High Res make? Or
High Res has done Realm Royale, Paladins.
Oh, Paladins. That's probably... And Smite. Okay.
Yes, they did Smite.
That makes...
My sister played a lot of that Smite.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Smite Rivals, which is Bob's Universe, which is canceled. So never mind.
All right, Dominic, we got best sports and racing games. We got Dirt 5, F1 2020, FIFA 21, NBA 2K21, and Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2.
Man, it's going to probably give it I think Tony Hawk, or I don't know how people are feeling about Dirt 5, but I think Tony Hawk should do it.
Yeah, I think Tony Hawk's
I don't know about FIFA 21 either, to be honest with you. I know about 2K21. It's just that I think that even the new system one, that it's good, but microtransactions just kills it. I think that kills it, but it just really takes you out. Some of the stuff.
It's a mark against it.
Yeah, because it said even for you to do the new mode, what was it, like the city mode? It's you have to do these. You have to be a certain level, and they were saying like winning gives you some points. It gives you some, but if you lose, you still get some XP, but it just won't be enough. It won't be a lot.
Oh, weird.
So it's like you're just you gotta keep trying to win just to get to that mode, just to leave out the city. You're just stuck in this section,
right?
And it's like, and thing is, like the person said, if people buy those virtual coins to upgrade their stats, like they're better.
Yeah.
I mean, even if they're not that great at shooting, but their stats are up, so they have a better chance of making shots than you probably do if you're just going the normal route.
Yeah, that's kind of gross. play to win kind of mechanics is.
Yeah,
where those games should not be.
I have a feeling Tony Hawk is going to win because he interviewed them. He interviewed Tony Hawk when they announced the game.
Yeah. It's also a very good game, Dominic. But
okay.
I'm not.
No. I think it's a good game. But I'm just saying, hey, man, listen, I'm sorry. I'm just cynical.
The sanctity of the video game awards will not be besmirched by you, Dominic. How dare you?
I mean, look, I give it to Jeff Keighley for what they do, but I'm still questioning it. Even though they talk about, look, Death Stranding. I'm sorry, I'm a little too far from my mic. Death Stranding did get a lot of good reviews by other game developers, and he put up that freaking snarky tweet about, but I only got it because I'm friends with Kojima. Yeah. And he put out all the people who gave it good reviews. And I was like, they're stupid idiots like you too.
They were also friends with Kojima. Yeah,
and they're probably all friends with him. But it's like, come on. That's like, man, that game, whatever. I mean, you like what you like. I don't know what the hell the appeal they saw in that game. I'm sorry. Like, just compared to other great games out there, it's like, what is this one doing that's missing from these other games? Because I don't know. I'm just saying, if this game was made by somebody else, man, I'm sorry. I just have a hard way of believing that game would have got so much kudos. I think people would talk about how weird it is.
Yeah,
it would get talked like that. But I don't think it would have been Game of the Year nominated.
Delivery simulator.
But anyway, yeah. But anyway, go ahead.
Next category.
What do you see? You think Tony Hawk though will win?
Yeah, I think Tony Hawk's got a really good chance.
Yeah, out of these categories, I think Tony Hawk. Hey, look, there's no Forza. There's no Forza game that came out this year.
No.
It's not on the list. It's like the first time I've seen no Forza game on the list.
Mm-hmm. And they'd also, it might have been too late for it to come out, but the Need for Speed. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I think it was too late.
Also, they keep them at 5 usually, and I don't know that Need for Speed necessarily ranks up here, to be honest with you. I mean, obviously, some of these games aren't my, kind of taste, like FIFA 21 or F1 2020, but, I think for the people that are playing those games, those are, better
That's two
games.
Codemaster games.
Yep. That's why you buy
EA
that.
had it when they had multiple games, too.
Yeah.
But yeah, Codemaster got, and that's like their bread and butter. It's like their racing games, man.
Exactly. Got a little bit of the clean streets in the F1, and you got the dirtiness.
Codemaster's Cheshire. Oh, the Cheshire Cat. That's where the Cheshire Cat is. Yeah, he stays at.
Exactly. It's hard to find those people in Cheshire because sometimes you only see their smiles walking down the street.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Dominic. Best sim and strategy category. We got Crusader Kings 3, Desperados 3, Gears of War Tactics, XCOM, Chimera Squad, Cimarron Squad, Chimera Squad, and Microsoft Flight Simulator. The most sim of all of these games.
Yeah, it's the only one that has a simulator in the title. So the only game I ever played was Gear Tactics. And so that has to win.
Yep.
But Flight Simulator, I'll give it a boost because it looks really good.
I could see this one pulling it out despite its competition all being extremely different games from it. I liked what I played at XCOM Chimera Squad, but again, I just think there's a kind of groundswell like talk behind Microsoft Simulator on the PC. I got it on Steam, I think.
I don't remember you talking about this game.
I talked about it for maybe 2 weeks, and then that was it.
Oh, yeah, you did. That's right. Okay, now I remember.
Yeah, because it came out at a discount at like $15 or something, so I grabbed it. Yeah. So, we'll see. I'm thinking Flight Sim might pull that one out, though.
Yeah.
All right.
Even though they don't let you crash in the buildings, right? You can't just...
Correct. You gotta get the mods for that.
I can't get those mods.
Yep.
Suicide bombers.
Oh, good lord. Naked pilots and suicide bombers. That's what mods are for. All the cleanest faces. All right, Dominic, that's a great transition to the best family game, which is Animal Crossing New Horizons, Crash Bandicoot 4, It's About Time, Fall Guys Ultimate Knockout, Mario Kart Live Home Circuit, which someone printed a like really cool rainbow road of. I saw an article on Game Informer.
Oh,
looked really nice. Minecraft Dungeons and Paper Mario the Origami King. I don't know. I could see Mario Kart Live getting this, but Fall Guys is definitely got to be up there, right?
Yeah. What you think Mario Kart Live because Nintendo paid them?
No, just because it's like such a cool concept. Like the unfortunate thing is like the price is definitely a barrier for a lot of families, I would imagine, and also just having the space. But I think the concept really is neat, and I wish it. I don't know. I wish people had more space, and I wish that was cheaper. And I also wish. I think I saw somebody suggest, or maybe it was you and I talking about it. Like, I wish they just made carts that you could then switch out the characters who are driving them, or even better, literally just make the cart like a shell over the motor and stuff, so you could switch out the entire cart and driver. So you could be like,
you put the amiibo in there or something.
Well, I mean, I guess, but you know, it would just be like an entire clip-on shell or something of a different character. Like, here's Peach in a slightly different looking car, and
that'd be
here's
expensive.
Yoshi on a bike. They don't have to be. Like, I mean, they would be, but they don't have to be.
I already bought amiibos. Now you're gonna get me buying cart shells and shit.
Hell yeah! Come on, Dominic. I'm trying to get you on the Nintendo collectibles train over here. You know, they'll sell you anything, Dominic. What do you think there? Do you think there's any standout?
Yeah, Minecraft Dungeons. I think that people have been talking about that for since it came out.
Have they?
No, not at all.
I wasn't sure if you were being serious. I was like, maybe I'm just not looking at it. Like, maybe on Twitch it's like one of the top streamed things or something.
Yeah, Crash Bandicoot 4, I guess, is this like the easiest Crash Bandicoot things? I can tell you those last ones. Those things were hard, and you can say they're kid-friendly. Well, I don't think kid-friendly I can say is that they made the Crash's girlfriend, she's not all bussy looking and something like that. She's not like Candy Kong.
It's actually funny to think about Crash Bandicoot as a family game, considering like old Crash Bandicoot mascot yelling at Nintendo.
Yeah, exactly.
Like he
was pretty snarky. Yeah. He was definitely edgy, yeah. And so that's what I'm saying. It's like maybe it's not frustrating difficult like the old Crash games. Because that would be wait a minute, hold up. Was Cuphead considered a family game when it was out?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Because it looks nice, but I wouldn't call that a family game. I was like, nope, your kids will be frustrated. Because they'll beat no bosses.
You would have broken controllers. Yeah. So
Fall Guys. Fall Guys is the only one I can think standing out. I mean, who wins this? Yeah, maybe the Mario Kart Live, but
I think we might be underestimating Animal Crossing as well.
I mean,
that just sold like
gangbusters.
I don't think Labo won.
Right?
No.
Yeah,
poor Labo. I think you could probably find Labo in like the clearance bin for like $10 now. All right, Dominic, we got best fighting game category. We got Grand Blue Fantasy versus
that came out this year, and I played it. I thought I was playing the old game. Good God!
You got Mortal Kombat 11 and 11 Ultimate. You got Street Fighter 5 Champion
I guess
Edition.
Technically because it has the aftermath.
Because I would say because Ultimate stuff came out, but like Ultimate almost feels like it should have came out too late to be included on this list. I don't know. Seems suspect, Dominic. But yeah, that Street Fighter 5 Champion Edition, One Punch Man.
But I guess they bring out Street Fighter 5 again, so yeah.
Exactly.
So
One Punch Man, A Hero Nobody Knows, and Under Night in Birth EX Late CLR.
I want that Afterbirth one.
You want the Afterbirth one? Not the in-birth one? Okay. What do you think, Dominic? Mortal Kombat?
I don't know. Maybe Street Fighter 5?
Yeah.
One Punch Man. I just want to know what that anime is about, because apparently he has like he hits one punch and it kills the people. Does anybody ever beat him?
I'm trying to think, because I listened to a podcast one time there where they talked about it a little bit. And it sounds like basically no, like it's all just kind of lead up until, yep, if he lands a punch on you, you're dead, because he's trained so much that he can just punch you and kill you, and also doesn't have hair anymore because he has trained so much.
So basic looking.
He really is. Just like an egg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's between Mortal Kombat 11 and Street Fighter 5 for me.
Yeah.
Grand Blue Fantasy was cool. I mean, I like the art style of it. It was different. It was something different, which I wish I can get more into, but just I have so many games.
Yeah.
But
all
yeah,
right.
I think it's between those two.
Yeah.
Triple A going to win. Triple A is going to win.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm leaning towards Mortal Kombat, but that's just personal preference kind of thing. All right, Dominic, we got best role-playing game. We got a solid list here. Final Fantasy VII Remake, Genshin Impact, Persona 5 Royale.
Ooh, that should have been just an extra.
That should have been DLC.
Exactly. You buy a whole fucking
You
game,
charge full price.
And then they're going to have like, oh, you can get PlayStation Plus, you can get the original one for free. It's like, but Royale's out, man. It's like, what the fuck?
Exactly. Of course, that's the same way with Mortal Kombat, where they're like, here's 10.
But at least that's DLC.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, I have to play this whole game over again.
Yeah.
It's not like you're bringing a save over.
Yeah. I hear you. All right, we also got Wasteland 3 and Yakuza Like a Dragon, which also feels
Wasteland
like
3 I wanted to
maybe
get
should have
into.
been too late to meet the cutoff here.
Nah, the cutoff, I think, is... I want to say the cutoff was after the consoles, probably.
Oh, okay.
So
Gotcha.
Yakuza came out when the new consoles came out.
Yeah. So it was probably like right before these were actually announced, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. I guess that makes sense then.
So the best role-playing game, who will win between this one? I think it's between Genshin Impact and Wasteland 3. Maybe Yakuza.
I feel like Final Fantasy has a lot of... I mean, the problem with it is it's from the beginning of the year, so like people aren't
I don't think that's the
talking
problem.
about
I just don't think it's that good.
Really? I mean, for me, like there are things that I would prefer about it, but like the talk around that game was so large at the time.
Yeah, I mean, the talk was large, but I just didn't see it. Let me put it like this, man. If that game wins World Best Role-Playing Game, man, these games better suck. That's behind it. Because I'm looking at that game, it looks... Like, I'm sorry, that dialogue was horrible. I mean, the gameplay was okay. It was okay at best to me for what I played. I mean, unless it just got so much better than that demo. I saw it as it's an okay game. Like, I want to play it just like I want to play Kingdom Hearts 3. I wanted to play it. But I feel like after I'm done, I'm not going to be thinking this was a great game I played. I'm just going to think like, hey, this was an experience.
Yeah.
But it's not.
Whereas like a Wasteland 3, I could see coming off of that and going like, that was a great game.
Yeah. Or Yakuza, how zany that is, but it's cool. And Persona 5 Royale, I mean, honestly, Persona 5, it's just Royale, but I like Persona 5. That was a great RPG. That's, I willing to bet that is 10 times better than Final Fantasy 7 Remake.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I mean, I think original Persona 5 was better than Final Fantasy 7 Remake. Now, technically, I didn't play it. I only played the demo. But what I've seen on YouTube and stuff of it, I can't believe that it's better than Persona 5. I would have heard people say that. And I ain't hear nobody saying that shit. So, I'm saying that Final Fantasy 7 Remake can't win because I know Persona 5 is better than that.
Right.
So unless they're going to take points off Persona 5 saying because it's just a kind of spin on Persona 5, not a legit game, then you should not put it on this fucking list then, if that's what you're going to take away from it. Because honestly, I think that's better than Final Fantasy 7. So now is Wasteland 3, Yakuza, Like a Dragon, and Genshin Impact are better than Persona 5 Royale. That's what I think that's what it is. Because I know Persona 5 is better than Final Fantasy 7.
But what if they get the announcement for the second episode of Remake, and then they're like, hey, you won. And here's a trailer for the next thing.
Yeah, and then I know that this is all just publicity. That's all this is. This is just a bad commercial.
I'll make sure Jeff Keighley knows not to do that. He'll save it for like 20 minutes later. He'll be like, they forgot that it won Best RPG, and we're just going to throw this out here.
I mean, look, like for the look of it and the feel, I mean, the Final Fantasy VII Remake, I think it looks interesting. I mean, it looks like, I know people enjoyed it. They enjoyed it. I mean, I think it's probably around now. It was a good take of what they did. Maybe it was a decent take of what they did with it. I mean, maybe it was like a decent take. But to say best role-playing game, I don't know. I think that's a little too far for me. That'd be too far. With these other games on the list.
Right.
These games on the list. I think it's the best chance of it winning from this year. But I also think that, I don't know, maybe Genshin Impact, I don't know. I mean, because how that is done very well.
Oh, yeah. People are, and
free to,
that has
free
recency
to play
bias also, right? Is like it just came out, so people are still talking about it. Same with the Yakuza to an extent. So, yeah, I think that's definitely an interesting category. I agree with you.
I think
though,
Casino Royale, I think Persona 5 Royale, I think that's a better game.
Yeah. No, I mean, what I would think is like Final Fantasy VII Remake was a good game, but some of these other ones, like I would probably pick out of this list as far as just like quality goes. Wasteland 3 is a great game. Persona 5 was a great game, and Royale, adds
now,
things
if Final Fantasy
to
VII
an already
Remake,
great game.
Well, we'll go down this list because I have a feeling I'm going to see this again. Then I'm going to say it's going to win, and then it's just bullshit. But yes, keep going down this list.
All right, Dominic. Next category, we got Best Action Adventure Game. We got Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Ghost of Tsushima, Marvel's Spider-Man Miles Morales, Ori and the Will of the Wisp, Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, and The Last of Us 2.
because they missed the mark last year.
Yep.
God. See, and yeah, I remember because I said this game would have probably beat out a lot of games.
Yep. And
if it would have made it last
about.
Year. If it would have made it last year, see, they see, like, it did make some lists for other people because they waited till this January to talk about it. It probably would have definitely, like, it's better than that fucking Kojima game. I know that.
And Death Stranding.
Like, fucking backpack simulator. So it was better than that.
Yeah, I mean,
and he said The Last of Us Part 2,
some
right?
stiff, This is going to be some stiff competition, I think. I mean, there are at least 3 others that I'm looking at on this list that are just like, I could see people picking instantly over Star Wars Fallen Order. You got The Last of Us 2. Obviously, that was kind of a heavy hitter for the middle of the year. I think Ghost of Tsushima was too. Yeah, I don't think it kind of hit in the same way, though. Like, it's obviously like a AAA title.
Well, that's because of the story of Last of Us.
Yeah.
I think I like the gameplay better than Ghost of Tsushima than Last of Us. I know that.
Oh, yeah, I think I'm right there with you. But I think, the talk of Ghost of Tsushima just, like, I think it fell to the wayside a little bit because it wasn't revolutionary. It didn't change anything. And it felt like kind of an older one of those games, whereas like Assassin's Creed Valhalla, they're still kind of doing the same thing, but it still seems like it's, a AAA
What's
title.
Better? That's what I want to know. I want to know who
thing.
Do people think Assassin's Creed Valhalla is better than Ghost of Tsushima?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd be interested to see people's take on that. Yeah, and then obviously Spider-Man Miles Morales, like you have it in the category. You have to wonder if, its length is just going to be what.
Oh, yeah. I don't think that's
going
to win. Like Ori and the Will of the Wisp, Marvel's Spider-Man, Miles Morales are not going to win. I think it's between these next 4 and what I've seen in Last of Us, I know I would like Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order better than Last of Us 2.
Mm-hmm.
What I've seen of Ghost of Tsushima, I think I would like Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order better than that.
Okay.
And what I seen of Assassin's Creed, I don't know. I really don't know about Assassin's Creed Valhalla. That's like I just don't know about.
Mm-hmm.
Between Miles Morales and playing Jedi Fallen Order, I like Jedi Fallen Order better, but it's not a lot. I wouldn't say a lot, but I enjoy it more. I think I enjoyed the single player more so. I mean, Miles Morales is fun, but so I had fun with Jedi Order too, and I think the whole kind of Metrovania way of they did the stages in that game, the environment, it was great. I mean, yeah, Jedi Fallen Order. Like I didn't play, like the only one I would say is Assassin's Creed Valhalla. It's like I don't know how people will look at that, but man, I think it's better than those Ghost of Tsushima and Last of Us Part 2. Last of Us Part 2, I think you can give it to you probably be big on the story, even though I watched most of the story on YouTube, and it's not as good as the first one for me. And I think it just because I don't want to spoil it, but it's just Ellie's drive. I think gameplay messes up the story if you kind of understand it. It's that when you keep killing all these people, which I'm okay with, but then you have a story where there's a situation where a person doesn't kill somebody because they feel bad. It's like, but you killed all these other people.
Right.
So what is it? It almost doesn't feel like, okay, I understand. No.
So you're just like a psychopath, is what you're saying.
You would that if you go that far to murder these people, I can't see somebody just being like,
yeah, okay, I'm done here.
Yeah.
My work's done. I didn't get the closure that I wanted necessarily, but you'll be all right.
It's just it don't make sense.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's going to be between Last of Us Part 2 that wins, though. I think Last of Us 2 is going to probably win it. I don't think it should. I'm rooting for Jedi Fallen Order, though. I'm rooting for that game.
Yeah. I have a feeling it'll be probably Last of Us Part 2. I could see maybe even Ghost of Tsushima sneaking in there, just because I think I didn't scroll back up to see, but I'm pretty sure The Last of Us Part 2 is in the best of the best category. Excuse me. The best of the best category.
So they just gave me the answer.
Yeah, I mean that's always weird, right? Is like part of me thinks, and maybe we've had this discussion, but like you have each of these categories, and then like the night of whoever wins those categories, those are then the nominees for best game of the year, and then
don't tell us.
Gets the vote on that.
Don't tell us what's the best game of the year.
Yeah. So,
but then again, they have the fan votes. This is what the fan vote.
Yeah.
Because they have the two, the critics and the fan vote, and I guess, well, the fan vote should be. You should have a whole lot of games. You know, it shouldn't be a condensed list because this is the fan vote.
Write-ins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ronald Reagan.
Yes.
Ronald Reagan.
Dominic. All right. Best action game, Dominic. Doom Eternal, Hades, Half-Life Alyx, Neo 2, and Streets of Rage 4. What do you think?
Man, Half-Life Alyx, that's the VR game. Okay. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I only played 2 of these games, Doom Eternal and Streets of Rage 4. I like Streets of Rage 4. That's a really good game. I'm glad it got nominated. I think it's just, they should be like, it just feels good to be nominated.
Yeah.
But Hades is, man, like people loving that game. Like I want to get to this game. I want to play this game, but it just got so many games on my belt, under my belt. And because I'm seeing this in articles, even like, I think it was in the Washington Post that we're looking at now, talking about it.
Yeah.
'Cause my old man was telling me about, saying, I keep hearing about this thing called Hades or something like that. What's going on with that? I said, what? Why are you hearing about it? What are you doing?
What are you reading, old man? Yeah. No,
yeah.
I think Hades has a really good shot at this category.
Yeah. Doom, because I think it's I wouldn't say it's too much more the same. They really improved it. They really improved upon the original. The Doom 2016. But
yeah.
I don't know if
just doesn't feel like it's hitting in the same way this time.
Yeah. So I think Hades might win. Maybe Half-Life Alyx. Maybe that can sneak in. Who knows? Maybe Valve pay Jeff some money, pay him some money under the table. Hey, we need to get that
just
VR
threatens
thing
him
selling.
with his knife collection.
They'd be able to say that this was Game of the Year at the Game Awards.
Yeah.
This is going to be our Steam Game of the Year because we own it.
It's already been decided.
Yeah, that's already been decided.
Yeah.
That and Half-Life 2 is going to win again.
All right, Dominic. Next up, we got Best VR AR Game. We got Dreams. We got Half-Life Alyx, Marvel's Iron Man VR, Star Wars Squadrons, and The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners.
Half-Life Alyx is going to win, right? And then Dreams.
I feel like it's a pretty good lock for the win.
Dreams, I don't hear that talked about much.
No, not in general, and definitely not the VR portion of it. There was a little while when it just came out that people were like, oh, they recreated this thing in VR and Dreams.
Because I just heard about it. I think on a podcast, say, hey, they got that. Say, Dreams, they got a VR thing. So, oh, really? You say, I forget that came out. And on a podcast. I think it was either Game Informer or MidMax. And I was like, what? That's why I was looking up, saying, oh, God, that came out months ago. Yeah, I don't. And that seemed like it would be cool. Like, hey, the people making their own Dreams games for VR. I mean, shucks. But, man, I hope that's expanded on a PS5, man. Like, and they freaking broadcast that shit. Can you please have commercials and people to see that this thing is out there? Because Dreams seem like it'd be a huge thing, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, you barely, like you say, you barely hear about the original game. Darn. So this is like really unknown to probably a lot of people.
Yeah.
To even VR owners. So Marvel's Iron Man VR, what did people say about this? You said that people thought it was just good?
I think it was decent. You know, it didn't get high praise, but I think it was probably like 7s, 8s, somewhere in there.
So it looks like it's going to be Half-Life Alyx, right?
Yeah, I mean, people are liking Squadrons, but I think The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners got decent review scores. But yeah, I think for this specific category, because it's for VR, I think Half-Life Alyx has got to take it, because everybody's talking about it like this is what VR games should be, you know?
Yeah.
Like whereas Star Wars Squadrons is something that has a VR component, but isn't necessarily a VR game.
All right, so what we got here?
All right, we also have the Innovation in Accessibility Award, which
they had a whole award show on that, IGN.
Yeah, you were telling me about that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, Lana Piersett hosted, and with, I forgot his name, the guy she was with.
I think his handle is Able Gamer, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, because I follow him.
Yeah.
But, yeah, they had, because I saw it, it was like late night on Twitch.
Oh, okay.
And I guess, it was probably around 9 o'clock, maybe West Coast time. I don't know. But it was like, I was like, what? I said, what is this? Is this live? I said, is this live? I said, they're doing a little award show for accessibility games. I said, okay, that's cool.
Yeah, that is very cool. And this is the list of games: Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Grounded, Hyperdot, The Last of Us Part 2, and Watch Dogs Legions. I'm more interested in seeing what they're doing to promote or innovate in accessibility.
Yeah, exactly. Because I know that about, like, they got those options. So some things they have, like some games now you're seeing, bam, like a big thing that says accessibility options. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to think, what's the game I just played? I see that all the time. Is it Spider-Man? Was it Spider-Man that I played? That
I know, like Spider-Man, I went into the options and turned on the things like instead of rapidly tapping the button, just hold the button.
Why are you doing that? You're not disabled.
Because I don't want to tap my goddamn button.
God, man,
why.
You're just like those people who get in wheelchairs and can really walk. Jesus Christ!
Is that the equivalent? Holy shit!
Yes, that's definitely the equivalent.
Man,
God.
I almost destroyed my hand on Star Fox Adventures back in the day, Dominic.
That's because they did it wrong. Now. Spider-Man's not fucking horrible at that.
No, it's not.
So what? You just press one button? You just press it down and it just does it? That's cheating. That's equivalent to cheating.
I'm still doing the QuickTime events. I'm just not tapping down a lot of one stuff. Makes less wear on my controller, Dominic.
I try to think. What other game have I played that I mean, I guess that was it. Because I remember seeing something say accessibility, like it was a big menu for it.
Yeah.
I felt like there was another game though. I don't know, but yeah. Okay, I can see that. I mean, Last of Us Part 2. I mean, because Naughty Dog's other game did it. What Nathan Drake's Adventures. What the hell is it called?
Uncharted.
Uncharted. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that was another one I would, God of War, I would do that on. Yeah.
Grounded, I did. I remember seeing that too in Grounded. I do remember seeing those options. But yeah, I don't know what's the specific, like what are they doing that you would say, hey, this is the best one in that innovation?
Absolutely.
Like, I don't know what it is. I hope they be really specific. Like when they say it, they don't just say the games. I hope they say like, hey, this game because it did this.
Exactly.
This game it did that.
And then I can say, well, this handicap is worse, so by you fixing it, then you're the number one game. So this is not subjective at all. So, yeah.
Oh, Ubisoft got two of them. They probably used the same one. Assassin's Creed Valhalla and Watch Dogs Legion. Like, how would you... Yeah, find out who did it first, who made it first, and then they just copied and pasted it on their game.
Exactly. All right, Dominic, we got best community support this year. Apex Legends, Destiny 2, Fall Guys, Fortnite, No Man's Sky, and Valorant.
Oh, man, Sky, I feel like that was on there before. But, I mean, I feel like some of these games are up there before. Yeah. Except for Fall Guys. So, and Valorant. Yeah, that's probably the new games.
Yeah.
But, so, no Overwatch. No Overwatch is up here.
Yeah. I guess they didn't really do much.
Yeah, because of that China thing, that's why.
And they're working on 2. So there's probably not a lot of work going on.
Well, it's not like they have done things this year, Daniel. They just probably didn't think they didn't do that well. Huh?
But not like big things, right? I mean, they're obviously supporting it, but not, doing like huge updates or anything.
I guess not big, but they're still supporting it. You still got new costumes. Still got new skins.
Still got things for me to spend money on.
All right, so
seeing the things like the Travis Scott concert and the Marvel stuff that's happening right now. There's going to be a Galactus event on the 1st of December. I can see this going to Fortnite pretty easily.
Yeah, I can see Fortnite definitely.
I mean, No Man's Sky, I got to give it to them. They're supporting the hell out of that game for a game that most people seemingly kind of abandoned, or at least the game's media abandoned pretty quickly after launch because it was so messy.
And called them names and everything.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, even just given like next gen.
I think Fortnite might get it. I mean, Destiny 2 has that big expansion that just came out, but they took away my quest so they can go to hell.
Exactly. All right, we got Best Mobile presented by the
Among
LG
Us is going to win,
Wing.
so let's go to the next one.
Okay, perfect.
Yes, I was joking. Go ahead.
I was actually going to skip that one anyway, but yeah, pretty much. Like it seems like it should. Genshin Impact being on there, I don't know how many people are playing it on the phone versus Among Us, but I mean, it sounds like it's popular around the world, but I don't know in the people who are voting on this.
What about Pokemon Cafe Mix where you can eat
that game is
Pokemon?
Trash, Dominic. It's trash.
Then why is it up here?
Because it's there were only 5 games that released on mobile this year.
You played this game?
Yeah, it was. There's a demo on the Switch for it.
Oh yeah, that's right. You told me. Yeah. So you can eat the Pokemon, right? Like you just mix them up.
I wish.
Mix them.
I also like the levels of advertisement in this. Best Mobile, presented by LG Wing, which is a phone powered by Qualcomm Snapdragon.
Oh, wow.
2 layers deep of advertisement there.
Snapdragon. Yeah. Hey, but, yeah, I mean, you can make some Squirtle soup. Gotta be something called terrible. Squirtle soup. And, like, I know there's a hot dog Pokemon.
Is there?
It's gotta be, right? It's gotta be something like called like a hot dog, like a ketchup, like a mustard thing on his back. That's gotta be a new Pokemon.
I would not be surprised, but if not, then it will be in the next game, Dominic, because they have officially run out of ideas.
Like Americamon for like American hot dog. It's like Americamon or something. Yeah, I don't know. Just
Americamon. The Digimons now.
What are you talking about? Right. Wait a minute.
No,
yeah,
Pokemon
that's right.
Has
Digimon
Mon at the end of their name.
Yeah.
They're classier than that, Dominic. They just like write Cobra backwards or write Snake backwards. So.
Is it backwards in their language too, in the Japanese language?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Well, that's just how they say it.
That's just how they say it. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if that's part of the the localization process, or if there's like a pun in Japanese that they're going for there. All right, Dominic, next category, Best Indie, Carrion, Fall Guys, Ultimate Knockout, Hades, Spelunky 2, and Spiritfarer.
Dang, Scourgebringer didn't make it? Man.
Nope.
Well, these are some good games. I don't think Spelunky 2 should make it. That's just Spelunky 1 anyway, with the girl.
Yeah, I don't think Spelunky has really a chance here. I mean, I like it.
I think it's between Hades and Fall Guys.
Yeah, I think I'm right there with you. You know, Spiritfarer, people are like him, but I don't think to the same level as Hades, and Fall Guys just has that like community around it, like because it's such a big thing on Twitch, and because so many people are watching and enjoying it. I think that gives it kind of a leg up on a lot of things. So, but I think Hades probably has that one in the bag. Probably pretty. Wait a minute, easily.
So Inner Sloth, did I consider indie?
What is that?
What is that? Among Us, Inner Sloth.
Oh, yeah, I guess it should be. Seems kind of weird that it's.
Yeah, that is a little weird to me.
Included. I wonder.
Is it games that indie games is not played on phone? Well, what is that?
Yeah, I wonder why that would be disqualified or not appear in Best Indie Game, considering the fact that it's definitely, one of the most talked about games nowadays. Huh. None of these things make sense, Dominic. You can't apply logic to any of these.
No, I'm going to apply logic so I can type to Jeff Keighley on Twitter and like say a few tweets at him.
Sir, please explain to me how this can be the best game of the year, but not win the best game category that it is currently entered in. All right.
So what else we got, man?
Best ongoing game, Dominic. So we're seeing these games again. Apex Legends, Destiny 2, Call of Duty Warzone, Fortnite, and No Man's Sky.
The Overwatch.
Overwatch.
Let's see. No World of Warcraft either. And they had expansion.
Yeah, that comes out in a couple of days, actually.
I missed the boat.
Maybe. Yeah, I'm leaning towards Fortnite again. I mean, maybe I was thinking for that last category that's basically what this is. Like, I feel like those two categories are kind of, the same thing.
Yeah, I
feel like they go hand in hand very well.
They kind of do, because like, what's the They should have here what is the criteria of how these games are chosen. But then that will be when you learn that there really isn't one, and that this is all a fucking joke, and you're just watching this.
The criteria is how much money did you give to Jeff Keighley?
And we're just here just to show you trailers, man.
Hey, I'm all for that,
Dominic. This is a snuff. This is all just a snuff. The stuff. The trailers are really what it is all about. Stop pretending this is legit. All right, so what else we got?
All right, speaking of legitness, Dominic, games for Impact. If found, ... Kentucky Route Zero TV
Explain
edition.
Impact, Daniel.
It means progressiveness, Dominic.
Oh, trigger. Games that would trigger people.
Yes, games that will trigger sensitive snowflakes. Spiritfarer, Tell Me Why, and Through the Darkest of Times.
These are games I should avoid.
Yes.
Because I don't want to be triggered.
I'm sure.
No. He said they instead of he and she. Oh. That's how I said.
Exactly. If found and Through the Darkest of Times, I'm not familiar with, so I'm interested to check out what those are. Tell Me Why, I'm still interested in getting around to playing, the latest Don't Nod game.
It's a lot of these Don't Nod games that we got to get playing, man. Shit.
Yeah, I know.
We're just on the first one.
Yeah. And Kentucky Route Zero I've heard good things about for years now.
Yeah, so. I heard some good things too about that. And it's a TV edition.
It just means because it was episodic, so it's all of the stuff finally grouped together. So I guess that's why it's considered, a game that released this year, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, Dominic, we got best performance here. We got Ashley Johnson as Ellie in The Last of Us Part 2. We got Laura Bailey.
The voice actors in these games, right?
Yep. Yeah. Well, I don't know if it's just voice actors or if it's, like a combination of voice and mocap or something like that.
Oh, that's bullshit. Because I can't see. I don't know this mocap, but I don't see that shit.
Well, we'll tell you at
they
the
don't
end of the
see
game
it either.
the
they see as much as we see in those little clips they show off.
Yeah. I mean, it's probably a large portion of it, I'm sure, is voice acting. So yeah, we got Laura Bailey as Abby in The Last of Us Part 2. We got Daisuke Tsuji as Jin Sakai in Ghost of Tsushima. We got Logan Cunningham as Hades in Hades.
They talk in Hades? Okay.
Yes, they do. Yeah, they apparently there's a lot of recorded voices in there, and
all right.
They always have new interesting things to say, and it sounds like they recorded a lot of stuff for that game. So, no reading involved, Dominic. My favorite type of game. And then we got Najee Jeter as Miles Morales in Marvel Spider-Man Miles Morales.
Yeah, I looked him up. I saw him. Probably one of the Last of Us 2s.
Yeah.
Probably the one. What's the one that the girl man? Laura Bailey, probably. Yeah, Laura Bailey probably will win. I don't know, Ellie, because you see her the most. But you play Laura Bailey. They probably say, nah, Ashley Johnson has one already. If she does have one. That's it. She was on it before.
You've got a Keighley already. You don't need another one.
That was a good sex scene. That was a good sex scene Laura Bailey was in.
There was a sex scene?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Spoilers. All right, Dominic. So, yeah. Plus, they doubled up on that category. That's a little unfair. Somebody from Last of Us getting it.
I mean, they do that in the Oscars, too, because,
they do. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. All right, we got Best Audio Design. We got Doom Eternal, Half-Life, Alex, Ghost of Tsushima, Resident Evil 3, and The Last of Us 2.
Resident Evil 3, good God. I forgot about that game. All right, so...
Because it wasn't part of the best action games, Dominic.
Yeah, it would be in that category, right? Yeah. Darn.
I would say I could see maybe like a Half-Life Alex
Resident
getting
Evil 3
it.
probably would have been in there. if
Jedi
they
Fallen
had
Order wasn't.
Star Wars last year.
Yep. Screwing everybody up, Dominic. Resident Evil could have won it. Underdog story. But now
Best audio design?
I would say Half-Life Alyx just because they got to contend with like the three-dimensional audio-ness of it. And, you know, that gets them a little extra credit.
I'm just going to say they're going to give it to Naughty Dog.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised by that. I don't know.
Or maybe Sucker Punch.
Resident Evil's there for a reason, Dominic. Maybe. There's a little creepy footsteps behind you. Could get it. Or they just needed to fill out the roster. So
we got best score in music here.
Doom Eternal, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Hades, Ori and the Will of the Wisp, and The Last of Us Part 2. I've heard very good things about Hades soundtrack as well.
Oh, man. So it's going to be a tough one. Doom Eternal, I mean, I know you're into that kind of music. It's okay to me. It fits the game.
Yeah.
It fits
I've
the
heard
game.
This one isn't
music.
quite as good as that first one.
Okay. But Final Fantasy VII Remake, because I did like Final Fantasy, the original one, and this got a little spin on it. Some people liked it. Some people didn't like it, though, because they didn't like the spin on the old music. They just like the old music. The purists. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know who will win this, to be honest with you. I mean, because I didn't play all these games. Yeah. The only game I played out of this list, I mean, I played Summer Ori, but not enough of it. I mean, I like it, but the only game I played was Doom Eternal. Well, Last of Us 2, Part 2, I was never into that. I'm not into that music. I mean, it fits that world, but it's not me.
Kind of music.
Yeah. And then when they do sing, that's not my music. That slow guitar stuff. I'm not into that. I mean,
gotcha.
But yeah. But I'm sure they had the right people to judge this. People who are into something like that.
Yeah.
White people. All right.
Yes, games journalist, Dominic. White people.
Yeah.
All right. Best art direction, Dominic. We got Final Fantasy.
You know what I'm upset about, Dan?
What's that?
Best score in music? Miles Morales is not in here. Yeah.
Yeah.
That has some good music, man.
I'm sure, because like even the beginning when he's walking down the street with the headphones on, it was like, I like this. It's good.
Because this is score and music. It's not just score.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I think they missed it on that one. Miles Morales should have been in there. I think it should have been in one of these. But maybe this stuff is better than that. I don't know. I mean, I ain't going to say it should have, but I think that soundtrack was pretty good. And it has some original stuff.
It would give a different tone than the other stuff that's in this category to maybe give it a little, diversify it a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It definitely would. Like Doom is really the big one. Mm-hmm. That's kind of different from these games.
Right.
Well, actually, you know what? I never heard Hades, so I don't have no idea. I'm going to assume it's not heavy metal, but I have no idea. But it is dealing with hell. That's the only thing.
It's all Metallica soundtrack.
All right, so what we got here? You said best art direction, right?
Yeah, best art direction. We got Final Fantasy VII Remake, Ghost of Tsushima, Hades, Ori and the Will of the Wisp, and The Last of Us Part 3. It was starting to see a trend with a lot of these categories, Dominic. We're seeing a lot of these games over and over and over again.
Yeah, Ghost of Tsushima, or Hades, or Ori and the Will of the Wisp. I think those three.
Yeah. Hades has a cool look to it, and also I think has kind of a distinct look in the way that, like, Ori and the Will of the Wisp, we've kind of seen that before, and it's impressive extremely, but we've seen it before. Hades, not to say it's brand new. I mean, we've seen stuff like that before. I mean, even like a game like Dream Daddy kind of has that same aesthetic, but maybe a little less dark as far as like the comic booky looking characters that pop up during dialogue and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, The Last of Us Part 2 is like, that's a game that does realism really well, right? But we've seen that a million times. Ghost of Tsushima, I think, has some interesting takes on that kind of stuff, like the wind elements that lead you around and stuff like that. They play with that stuff a little more to make a kind of bland, realistic world into something more interesting. And then Final Fantasy VII, I think they do a good job of updating those kind of original designs, which was a cool aesthetic before. But for me, whenever you go like art direction, I always lean towards more of a weird, out of the park, like kind of artsy type thing, instead of here's kind of a realistic thing that does something in addition to that, you know?
Because you're more into the artsy stuff, and that's what you did. You drew and stuff. Yeah, so I had nothing to respond to that. I mean, because I'm just...
Oh, yeah, I mean...
I just look at it and say, does it look good or bad?
Yeah.
It looks...
So what do you think looks best?
I think... what looks best is, I'll say Last of Us, but... But I like how the drawn look of Hades is. I don't know. Ghost of Tsushima, that, man, it's tough, man. I mean, like graphical power, I'll get Last of Us, but I don't know, kind of the art. Ghost of Tsushima or Hades. I would go between those two games.
Yeah.
We'll go between them two.
Yeah,
I don't think Final Fantasy 7 should have been on this fucking list, to be honest with you. I think, I mean, no, Final Fantasy 7 looks good. But I'm just saying, there's some other games, and now that I accidentally saw the top games. Well, no, I'll get to them when we get there. I'll mention it, because I think this is really screwing up.
Okay.
Like, then they expand their categories. Then they do what the Oscars do and put 10 games in, because that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
That some of these games are omitted in some of these categories. But yeah, go ahead.
All right, Dominic. We got Best Narrative up next. We got 13 Sentinels, Aegis Rim, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Ghost of Tsushima, Hades, and The Last of Us Part 2.
Well, I played none of these games.
I don't know anything about 13 Sentinels.
Yeah,
Aegis
I don't know
Rim.
about 13 Sentinels.
I've heard some very interesting things about Final Fantasy VII Remake story. I know the dialogue in that game is not particularly good, but I think the places that story goes is pretty interesting. Ghost of Tsushima, I'm not really familiar with. The Last of Us 2.
Yeah, actually, what I mostly heard about Ghost of Tsushima is that the story is not great. It's very basic.
Yeah, and that makes sense.
Question, why is this on this list then?
Right. Especially like, I don't know, I could see maybe having not played exactly. That's exactly where I was going with that. Like having not played a substantial amount of that yet, but from reviews and you talking about it and what I have played, like that seems like it's going to go some very interesting places. Whereas like I'm hearing Ghost of Tsushima doesn't really. So,
but even Jedi Order doesn't. I just feel like there was no other game to take Ghost of Tsushima's place. Because what I read of the reviews of Ghost of Tsushima, it's a good game, but I didn't see a lot of people talking about the story.
Yeah, that wasn't its high point.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like you said, like as we look at these lists, like these categories are starting to look very samey. So, as we get into the next one, Best Game Direction, Dominic, here's a list of the games that you have already heard numerous times. Final Fantasy VII Remake, Ghost of Tsushima, Hades, Half-Life Alyx, surprisingly, a little bit, and The Last of Us Part 2.
I have not seen Call of Duty or anything.
No, they were part of, the best ongoing one with Warzone, but that's been it.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They had Warzone. But yeah, the Cold War didn't get anything.
No.
But best game direction, I don't know. Like, best game direction should be the same as Game of the Year and probably best narrative.
Yeah.
I think that's what that is. So whoever wins those is going to get that too.
Pretty much. Yeah, because if you're if you're best at directing a game, then you've created the best game, right? So I guess we'll find out. And Game of the Year, Dominic, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Ghost of Tsushima, Hades, The Last of Us Part 2, and then for some reason Animal Crossing, New Horizons, and Doom Eternal.
So
nothing against those two, but they seem like they're the standouts from the thing that we've just said a million times in the other 4 games.
So here we are. So it's between Final Fantasy VII Remake, Ghost of Tsushima, Hades, and The Last of Us Part 2 is going to be Game of the Year. Because that's what we've seen in all these damn categories. I'm going to say it's The Last of Us Part 2 or it's Hades.
Yeah.
Who wins Game of the Year? I think it's between those two.
I think I'm right there with you. I'm leaning towards Hades because it feels like it's kind of got the underdog story, right?
Yeah.
Like, oh, Supergiant Games isn't this huge. It's not Naughty Dog. It's
not what its title is.
Yeah.
It's not Supergiant.
Exactly. So I could definitely see it going in that direction. But again, like I kind of wish that Game of the Year was just like, oh, here's the games that won the other categories. And, because it does kind of point you in the direction of, oh, hey, these are what are probably going to win those categories, right?
Man, Star Wars Fallen Order got the shaft. They got the shaft on this. And it might be some other games too. I just can't think of them that didn't even get nominated. But yeah, this year, I mean, I don't know. I mean, hey, that's my opinion. Like Last of Us, it seems like a fine game. It's just that I don't know if it was any different. I mean, what I saw, like, it was just so much better to be a game of the year. God, I wish Cyberpunk would have came out. And I wish Star Wars would have got it for last year, man. I mean, I wish they would at least got nominated for last year.
Yeah.
Like,
it definitely feels like it would have been a better year for them last year.
Yeah. Darn.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sucks. But yeah, it's not really exciting for me. I mean, in part, it's really partly because I didn't play a lot of these games. Only played Doom Eternal.
Is there anything
but the games that I want to play, I do want to play Final Fantasy VII Remake, but I just know, like, I'm not going to think that's Game of the Year. I'd be shocked if I played through that game and I really thought that was Game of the Year. Ghost of Tsushima, maybe it does grab me to be that. I don't know. Last of Us Part 2, I know that's not. Man, I just know that's not.
Right. Because you don't like the gameplay much, and you've already kind of seen the story. So
yeah, and the story is not there for me. It's not. It's not so great. It's not the Schindler's List of goddamn video games. It's just. I mean, it's okay. It's okay narrative, but I actually think it's. I think it's worse narratively than the first one.
Yeah.
I mean, the individual, like, I'll give this the individual story elements to it, like her with the girlfriend, Ellie with the girlfriend, and things of that nature. That is interesting. I like the closeness of that, but it's all right. I mean, it's all right. It's okay.
Yeah.
But the gameplay does not. Yeah, it's like I just don't want to play it. Because now that I know how one play. I played a lot of one, and now it's like, man. It's not my type of game. And Hades, I do want to try. I do definitely want to try that. So I'm kind of root for Hades to win. Or maybe, hopefully, Animal Crossing just wins and out of nowhere.
Reggie just threw bags of cash.
I mean, that'll make a lot of people happy. That'll make a lot of Animal Crossing fans happy.
Yeah.
Shit.
Make Joe Biden happy.
But
Come to his island.
But yeah. Yeah, I think Star Wars got rid. I think Fallen Order got shafted. They got the shaft on this. It should have been at least nominated in more categories. I think it's up there. I think even compared to these games, did they expand the list? They expand the list of Game of the Year, or you probably expand the list of all the categories because you'll make it easy. Be like, hey, because these games ain't nominated in other categories, but they're in the Game of the Year. But then again, that's what the Oscars do. They don't have 10 positions in every category, so you know that, hey, this movie ain't going to win Game of the Year. Movie of the Year, because it wasn't nominated in other categories. But right. I think it's just saying they're nominated, so they can have like, hey, we were nominated. They were nominated for an Emmy for Best Picture.
Put this on my poster.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All right. Is there anything at the Game Awards that you're maybe hoping to see? I know they've said things like Halo's not going to be there. Is there anything that you're hoping is there, or is it just like,
I'm hoping that Bayonetta is shown, Bayonetta 3. Mm-hmm. I'm hoping for some more Dragon Age, something from Bethesda.
Ooh, that would be big.
And I'm hoping for at least 2. I want 2, Daniel. Microsoft exclusive future properties shown.
Ooh. Now we're talking.
And I want to see some God of War, Ragnarok, or whatever title they end up calling it.
That would be nice. And I would say I would like to see more Suicide Squad, but knowing that it's 2 years out, I kind of am like, don't show me anything else.
Yeah. And I hope they do show some more. I don't mind seeing some more of that Batman, just to say that this is not like Avengers. This is not a bunch of microtransaction. This is actually what Avengers should have been. Yeah. Like a co-op action game, but that's it. It's not a whole bunch of you be going to samey missions, all that stuff, open world, but people can just jump in your world, just like Borderlands.
Yeah. Yeah, because they talked about that Kate Bishop DLC for Avengers.
Oh yeah, we ain't talking about that shit because I watched it.
It just, it looks kind of cool, but knowing that it's that game, it's just kind of like, it's okay.
Yeah,
more
I know
of that stuff.
It's what they go. It's Preacher Imperfect, and it goes with that somewhat of that comic line. I had to look it up because I didn't know nothing about it, but and it looks like it's going to be like this. It's supposed to be like this future Hulk who is kind of melded more with Bruce Banner, so he has the thinking power of Bruce Banner, but he's a dick and like somewhat of a dictator, I guess, but he's all in control, so he's sort of a bad guy. It's something different. It is something different, but even though the enemies I saw her fight were the enemies we already seen, so I'm like, wait a minute, but so what? They just keep using aimbots?
Yeah.
Or I'm just hoping. Only thing I can hope for is that they were just showing her and doing the missions like the regular Avengers. So that's why I didn't see the real enemies. But why would they do that? Why would they show not the enemies that were in that story?
Right.
In that new story.
Show me the new stuff to sell me on that.
Yeah. So I'm just thinking that they're just aimbots. And it's like, come on, man. You couldn't get no new enemies?
Yeah.
Why can't I fight real people? There's not wrong. What people do, they kill people. They're not like, not all of them. But, just like at some DC, some of the anti-heroes do. Well, you know what, DC, I think more of their heroes don't kill than Marvel. Like, I'll be honest with you, I never read a Captain America book, comic book, but based on the movie, he killed those people. He killed people.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, he's a soldier, yeah, but he's like supposed to be that morality, which is fine. I had no problem with that. But while they're not like Spider-Man, Spider-Man, he won't kill.
Yeah.
Like, he's not going to kill. And some other heroes try not to kill either. But, like, there's a lot of Spider-Mans, I could say. Like, Marvel, DC, there's a lot of the heroes, they say, we don't kill. Like, they don't kill.
Yeah.
But only some of them, the anti-heroes do. Like, now Deathstroke is more of an anti-hero now. yeah, he kills. Of course, he fucking kills.
Yeah.
And Harley Quinn, she's like an anti-hero. She fucking kills.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Said they need to change a lot with that game. And that Kate Bishop, that's a paid DLC, right?
No, it's free.
Okay, it's free. Oh well, then I guess yeah. Then you get what you get.
Yeah.
I mean, now I see why. Yeah, they ain't gonna put that much work. There ain't gonna be that much work to it. So yeah, you're gonna fight aimbots in the future. In the future, imperfect, you probably find aimbots.
Yeah. Yeah, because it sounds like you play as her, and then you're like trying to look for Hawkeye, and then that's how they're gonna bring him in as a playable character in the second half of this DLC.
Oh, okay.
All right, Dominic.
Well, it's a new big bad. I mean, I guess the Hulk. But
was that Iron Man, Thor, Captain America thing? Was he in that game?
I don't know. I know Ant-Man was talking with Kate Bishop.
Okay. Because it's that enemy that she was fighting. I just didn't know if that was like a.
Oh,
I'm
the
guessing
enemies.
it's like
Yeah,
a
they
super
look like
aimbot or something.
Yeah, they look like it looked like something. Oh yeah, okay, I see I know what you're talking about now. I don't know what it was, but yeah, it looked like it had the powers of Thor and stuff like that. And yeah, so yeah, I had no idea. All right, so
if he was new.
What else we got, man?
That's it for me. Unless you got anything before we get into new releases, Dominic.
Nah, we can get to new releases.
All right, we got a couple here. Nothing like last week. We got Bubble Bobble for Friends. The Baron is back for the PS4. Watching videos of this, I came to realize that I don't know that I ever knew what a Bubble Bobble game actually was. I always thought it was kind of like a Tetris-y mixed with puzzly mixed with what's that one that was on the Xbox that was really good, and you shoot the little ball at the thing.
Oh, Peggle?
Yeah, Peggle. Like I always thought it was something like that, and this does not look anything like that. So
nope, this is the game I played. Yep.
I just know those little dragon mascots. That's all I know about Bubble Bobble.
I used to play this in the arcade all the time. God, man, memories.
All right, we also got a Bridge Constructor, The Walking Dead. That's basically out on everything. PS4, PS... I don't know if it's on PS5. Xbox One, phones, iPhone, Android, Stadia, basically PC. Anywhere you would want to play that game, you can play that game. The Stadia version of Mortal Kombat 11 Ultimate is now out, so if that's your cup of tea, you can check that out there.
Hey, where's the new releases at? I can't find it.
It's at the bottom.
I am looking on the bottom. I'm seeing nothing.
You don't see anything under Game Awards nomination?
Oh, because you know why? Because when I clicked on the Washington Post,
it was covering it?
Yeah.
I was going to say, because like I've been kind of worried that the dock wouldn't update the past week or so because my Google Drive is full, so I didn't know if it was going to be like, nope, you can't update. But it has, so that's good. So yeah. All right. So we also got Katamari Damacy Reroll for the PS4 and Xbox One. That's the one that came out on the Switch earlier this year, I think it was, or maybe last year. That's basically just a remake or remaster of the old one. And then you got the big one here, Dominic, Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity, now out on the Switch. Oh, man, see,
they missed the boat. This would have been probably Game of the Year.
I'm sure. Not to say that condescendingly, because Polygon's review is like, if you're a Zelda fan, you should play this game. And I'm like, I'm a Zelda fan. Should I play this game?
No, you're a Breath of the Wild fan.
I'm a Breath of the Wild
Zelda.
I'm a Link's Awakening fan, Dominic. If anything.
Yeah. I saw a review in Game Informer. They gave it, what was it, 7 something, maybe?
Oh, was it that? I thought it was a little bit higher than that. I think maybe I'm thinking of Destructoid. I think they gave it like 8.5.
I think complaining about certain things. Like he said, I could just button smash my way through. But yeah, I feel like there's a lot of games you can.
Yeah, absolutely.
I feel like there's some games you can't, and if you're playing on a hard difficulty, I don't think you can, honestly, because I think you have to actually use some items.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what those games are. But like someone said, you can just play, if you want to hit the same button all the time and play through, you go right ahead and do that. If that's what you feel like because you can do it, you should do it. I mean, go ahead. But that's not how I play it. I mean, there's other action games where I can say, like he said, like the one guy said, I feel like that's Devil May Cry. Because that's how I feel about Devil May Cry sometimes, too. I feel like I'm just same button to you, but hey, I give you the whole high scores, which I mean is fun. I mean, I think it's fun, but if that's what your argument is, I'm like, that you do that in that game too. In Bayonetta, man, I was just pressing the same 3 buttons going through that game. In the original God of War, I was pressing the same 3 buttons going through that game. I mean, that's not true that you press the same buttons, because you get people with shields. Because even in Hyrule Warriors, you get people with shields where you're going to be able to just smash your way through. Mm-hmm. That you have to get behind something like that, just like in God of War. But those games are like that. But I think in the higher difficulties, you're going to probably use items or something to really clear out areas. Look, I'm not saying this game's deep, but that's not the game it is. It never was. Like, I heard people say that I wish they would do this. It's like, but then it won't be a Hyrule Warriors game. It won't be. That will be a different game.
Yeah.
And I get it. If you don't like those games, don't. I'm saying this, like Polygon says, Zelda, you should get it. To me, I don't know if I could say that. I mean, there is a demo out there, so play the freaking demo.
Yeah.
If you don't like it from the demo, don't get it. That's what I'm saying. If you don't like, because I don't think it's going to just turn you around based on that. Like, just play the demo out there. It's out there available. Try it out. Because if you're not into the Dynasty Warriors games, I'm not going to say you're just going to like it because it's Zelda. And while some people did, I like Hyrule Warriors, the original one, because of that. They say, hey, what's grabbed me was the Zelda. I say, oh, okay. It's a little weird, but I mean, actually, it's not weird. I could say because Zelda was like a more colorful, just like Dragon Quest and Fire Emblem. It's just the palette is just different. While Dynasty Warriors is kind of bland, and it's a little more boring looking compared to those games. So I can see you, maybe that's grabbing you more to it and keeping your interest, but I wouldn't say that's enough. I think you need to play it, right, to know if you like it. Like, I can't really judge it, because I'm going to go on the safe side and just say, if you didn't like Dynasty Warriors, you're not going to like this game. I'm going to be the safe side to say that.
Yeah.
Even though it's probably not true. Fine. I mean, I think it's true for most cases, but it's not true for everybody. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it probably has some merit to it. I'm coming into it apprehensive. I still need to get around to playing the demo, but I'm coming in with not low expectations as to, I don't think it's a good game, but I don't know that it's going to be a game for me. And I would be happily surprised if it turns out to be something I'm into.
Yeah.
And then you can call me a hypocrite because I love Breath of the Wild, but I hate the games. What are they called, Dominic? Dynasty Warriors. And, then there you go. All right. That's all the new releases. You got anything else, Dominic?
Nah, I'm good, man.
Right. Thank you guys, as always, for listening. You can check us out on Twitter. Dominic is at DStalworth5. I'm at RegulusMB. The podcast is at Superpod, SUPAPOD. Superpod.com is the website. You can check us out there. It has all podcasts we've done, as well as links to all the other places you can find us, including YouTube. Dominic's been posting all the videos up there, and all the podcasts up there as videos, including gameplay footage, usually somewhat related to what we're talking about. This last one had some Miles Morales stuff, so that was cool. I was watching a bit of that without trying to spoil myself too much. And also all the other places you can find the podcasts, the usual: iTunes, Stitcher, Google Podcast, Spotify, all those wonderful places. And until next time, guys, see you later.
All right, see ya.